America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. First on the agenda is approve the minutes of May 1st. That's presented. I will abstain. I was absent. I'll move.
I'd second that.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I will abstain. 4-0. Miscellaneous motions, I will allow the vice chairman to read the first miscellaneous motion, and I will abstain.
Move to authorize and direct the vice chairman to sign the pasture lease agreement effective May 8, 2023 between Coffee County Leaseor and Jeff Knight, DBA K&T Cattle, for a total of 170 acres located at 1234 Old Highway 50, Lebo, Kansas, in the amount of $30 per acre for 140 acres to be payable to leaseor on or before October 15, 2023, and cropland lease agreement for 30 acres of cropland for the pay of cash rent to be paid in crop shares to leaseors for the sum of 1/3 of planted crop wheat to leaseor by leasee. So I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Yes. I'd like to point out for everyone that's not aware, Jeff Knight was leasing the property from the previous owner prior to the county purchasing it, and voluntarily walked away from the lease with no compensation to help accommodate the project. So I just want everyone to be aware of that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
There, and if anybody's interested, there's a 5-page agreement as well as a map that's included with the lease agreement, and it has all the terms, conditions that the arrangement expires on or before October 30th, 2023, which would be at or near harvest, and I don't know when the harvest is to occur prior to that, and then the monies from the proceeds are to be provided to the county. I met with Jeff Knight last week. There's been ongoing discussions and dialogue. I had Commissioner Thompson help with the terms and conditions, since he knows and he's met with it, and I think it's been properly vetted to move forward.
I agree.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? I move, Thompson seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Abstain. Next, move to authorize direct chairman to sign CP2 for Lyle Sherwood, transfer from Highway Department to Jail Office, Correction Number 2. Wage classification 35-14, wage start of 2404, effective 5/11/23.
I'll so move. I'll second.
Moved by Meats, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moved to authorize direct chairman to sign CP2 for Stephen L. Link, deputy sheriff, new hire, part-time, not to exceed 1,000 hours per year. Wage classification 40-2, wage 2136, effective 5/5/23.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Moved by Hugan, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Sign those two real quick. do our 9:05.
You got Katie first.
Or, yeah, sorry. Interim Health Director, Administrator, Katie Rich.
Good morning.
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 All right, so if you'll recall, my last day as interim director is this Friday, the 12th. And so I would like to introduce to you your new Health Department Administrator, Amelia Marchant.
Okay, so I will begin May 22nd for my first full-time day. I have actually had the good opportunity to train with Katie for a few days before she leaves. I look forward to working with the ladies downstairs and promoting the health wellness of the community. And if you have any questions, let me know.
How do you pronounce your first name? How's it pronounced?
Amelia.
Amelia?
Mm-hmm.
That's a tongue twister. I thought the day of the interview, I thought it was Mary, and then I found out after.
I was like, well, I mean, that's what you wanted to call me.
It sounded like Mary. You go by many names. You go by many names.
Sure. Okay, and I think
So welcome aboard, and we
Thank
look forward to
you.
the opportunity to work for you, or you work for us, I guess, and
yeah.
we all know the health department's an important department, just like all departments are, so.
Well, I do appreciate you guys putting me in this position.
Very good. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got the right name, man.
Okay, my book blew up, so I'm trying not to destroy it 150%, so it disintegrated on its own. 9:05 Coffee County Hospital Administrator Jobin Roth.
So before that happens, I'm gonna request a 10-minute executive session. This is where I intervene probably to some unnecessarily, but necessarily in this case. Attorney-client, myself and the board, and it's to discuss, provide legal advice into the interpretation for the disposition of county property under KSA 21-211.
21-211.
Correct.
I'll make that motion for 10 minutes. 10 minutes?
Yes.
I'll second it. Moved by McCurry, seconded by Meats. 10-minute executive session. Board and Wade Bowie, is that right? Just us?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
We leave.
We leave, you guys.
Oh, we leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
We will enter.
We go get exercise.
You get your stuff done?
We-
Okay, gotcha.
9:10.
Dawn, you seconded?
Yes.
Kelly's here, we'd like to talk to you when we can.
Okay, I will be right with you. I mean, he probably wouldn't mind if we rode a golf cart out there, would he?
His name's Ryan Nelson, you can talk to him.
Okay, is he your local?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get your number from
Just
him.
email me.
Okay.
We lost one.
You really did blow your book up.
I did blow it up. I told you it disintegrated. They got one underneath there that's messed up. That laminate one's not.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Now we're officially back. Action taken?
No action taken, at least right now, but action may or may not be taken later in the meeting.
Okay. Now we'll call the 9:05. Administrator, Joe. It was a false alarm.
That's right. We were getting our exercise too.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you letting us come today to talk about the property in Waverly, the old nursing home, and starting the process to have that property sold. And today, of course, you see Judy with me, our board chair, and then also Angela and Ty with Trust Point are with us today too. So we're here to have conversations on that piece of property and see what the next steps are.
Well, I think there probably needs to be more discussion amongst the board and the counselor for the correct way to
Sure.
move forward.
Right.
Is that,
We understand that, and we kind of, you know, like I said, I've met with a few of you before, one-on-one, through lunch or something like that, and we probably jumped a little bit ahead of the process, and as I was thinking with the property going through a realtor and posted online and through that marketing and the sign and invitation through the community was one of the processes, but we understand to take a pause and start.
yeah, there's certain ways the county's gotta go about to
Mhm.
rid properties, even the chair, so.
Sure. Right. That's right.
It moves at a snail's pace sometimes, thank you. But, hopefully, we can get something resolved later today
That'd be great. That'd be great if we continue to move forward
and give you a direction
That'd be
to
nice.
move towards.
And then through this whole process, just like we said at the very beginning, between Judy and myself, we've tried to keep Jake, from the Waverly, the mayor posted, and other, individuals like Steve, and, on the process of what we've been doing, so we'll continue that to keep the community posted as well.
Right. Well, we will, we've got a big work session this afternoon, so we can, discuss this further. I'm sure there's probably gonna be another executive session somewhere with it, would be my guess. So,
Maybe just a couple points. So while we're here, there's a deed to the property.
Correct.
That had the ownership being the Board of Coffee County Commissioners, i.e. Coffee County. So when Coffee County or any county is selling property, that triggers KSA 19-211, and there's processes that have to be followed related to the sale and disposition of any property. Number two, I have trust points here, and there's the assessed value of the property, which I believe you can look it up on county GIS, and it's 886 or
Correct.
somewhere in that neighborhood. And then the proposed sale price, my understanding, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 600, right?
Correct.
Yes. So, and that's not a secret, that's
Right.
out there.
Yep.
So the taxpayers can be aware, and when they look at the difference in what the assessed value is and what it's being shot for, maybe just a quick overview of how that figure came about. Is that a fair way to say that?
I could address that.
Yep, yeah, that'd be great.
Real quickly, hello, I think all of you already know me. And I do want to introduce Ty Troxel from Trust Point Real Estate. She is the broker at Trust Point. We went to the property at 128 South Pearson in Waverly, Kansas. Ty and myself met with the Coffee County Hospital representatives, and we did a walkthrough of the property. And all parties agreed that the county assessed value is not a viable figure for resale at this time. After a long discussion, and after going through the property with the hospital representatives, they arrived at the price of $600,000, and Ty and myself have no issues with that amount from the real estate point of view.
So I think that needed to also be a part of this conversation as well, because professionals who do this for a living have vetted the figure. You guys didn't come up with the figure, the hospital didn't come up with the figure, and for transparency purposes and for those who watch, I think that's an important part of this conversation as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think that's all I have. I look forward to feedback this afternoon or tomorrow or this week, so.
we'll either have myself or somebody with Wade, somebody
Sure.
shoot you in which direction we need to roll.
All right. Anything else?
Are you available today at
Oh,
any
for sure.
time
Oh.
for more discussion?
Yes.
Joe?
Mhm.
Did you wanna have a conversation about, let's say, the board moves forward and you have someone put say, we want it for 600,
Mhm.
the proceeds. Do you wanna have a discussion about the proceeds now, or do you wanna wait until a later date time?
Looking at our schedule for right now, I would say we probably don't have enough time to discuss the sale proceeds.
Okay.
Let's do that at another time, either later today or next Monday,
Perfect.
whatever.
Okay. All that works for me.
Works for me.
All
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Eddie.
Good morning, Jesse. Ready for me?
Yeah, we got 1 minute, but I think it'll be all right by the time you
Hand out stuff.
get stuff handed out and all your specialties.
So I have the same thing in your book, but I already have to make the book list for the other boards, so.
That's all right. I'll take this exploding one, put it away.
I don't know why he did that.
Boy, it just disintegrated. All right, it's 9:30. Call on zoning administrator Heidi Harris, review case number Z as in zebra -2023-01, resolution 900. I call agenda item number 2, which is consideration of case number Z 2023-01. This is for rezoning, amendment request, a change from the present A1 agricultural district to SHDD, Special Housing Development District. Before we proceed with any consideration of this case, I ask the governing body members if any of them intend to disqualify themselves from participating in this discussion because they or their relatives own property in the official notification area or have a conflict of interest or a particular bias on this matter. Let the minutes show that 0 has disqualified themselves. Have nobody disqualified. I declare we have a quorum of 5 present for the consideration of the case. Has the county clerk received any protest petitions on this case?
I have not as of Friday, but let me check one more time. No, I have not.
Nothing has been presented to the clerk, so I ask the governing body members if they have all received copies of the unapproved minutes from the planning board meeting April 19th, 2023, which summarizes the public hearing on the case. Did everybody receive the minutes?
Yes.
Yes, received this morning. I call on zoning administrator Heidi Harris to provide us with a report on the case and the recommendations of the planning board.
Okay, so I'm gonna adjust the zoning administrators tab, just go over it again. It's a change of zoning request from the A1 agricultural district to the SHDD Special Housing Development District. Case history was also discussed at the meeting. Site size of the property is 547 feet in depth and 400 feet in width.
It's about a 5+ acre tract, which the area would then be 217,800 square feet. The proposed use would be to provide multifamily apartments on the site. Next page that was gone over was the ag or the land use map. The board had discussed it, and that's what they agreed with. The next page, we go on to the background information, which was discussed, that the Housing Authority's director approached the Economic Development Director about a possible multifamily housing project. That's how all this started. Then the next piece of it talks about the regulations that are involved with it. If you want me to go over it, let me know. And then the amendment standards, I'd like to go over this one real quick. To be able to allow for multifamily apartments on this property, the property must be zoned the SHDD Special Housing Development District, because this district is the only district that outright permits this use. Then the next couple of pages are going to be the pictures that were taken for the case, and that's when we go over those. Then when you get to page 8 through page 10, that's all the factors and findings that the planning board had decided on the case. They did place only one condition on the case. The condition reads, the applicant and agents will follow the recommendation of environmental health for all requirements according to the Coffee County Sanitation Code. They did unanimously do approval on this also, everybody, and it was a 9-seated board at that night. There were a couple of concerns that were not addressed either in the conditions, but that were heard from the public. That the access and ability to water and sanitation systems not clearly defined yet, and that the site plan of the property, the board was really feeling they should see something like that before the project would proceed forward if it were to be rezoned. The remainder of the book shows the official documents for the notices, then you get to the contour map, then the area notification map, and then in the correspondence tab, you'll see an added document. So in the SHDD district, it's a brand new district you guys just put in place this last March. And it requires that the person applying for it has to get a recognition letter from the Economic Development Director and, of course, from Environmental. And then in the back of the book, it does show that SHDD regulation, because it was so brand new that I felt the board should see what they were looking at. And that fourth paragraph is where those two letters make requirements. So that is all I have, unless you guys have questions for me.
I myself was present at the time, and I know with this being a special new development case, I guess, whatever you want to say, there was a lot of discussion. Good discussion. Tom was there as well. Anything? You had to leave fairly
You have a story that night.
middle into it, maybe.
Well, I just remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, Heidi, that in zoning, I'm trying to think of what best way to word this. This particular tract lies in the county.
Correct.
And I know zoning changed some to say that housing development for a house or whatever doesn't have to be so many acres anymore, as long as they're able to tie on to city utilities.
So actually, no. So how it works is if they're zoned A1, they still have to meet the 5-acre minimum. Now, if they were to get annexed into the city because they're close to it, they'd meet whatever minimums the city would require. Now, since this particular area is not in that extra 3 miles of the city of Burlington, that's why they applied for the SHDD Special Housing Development District, which can allow them to go down to 0.4 acres for each potential site, which they're not proposing housing developments, they're proposing apartment complexes, so a little different. So to answer your question further, it would be if they were right on the city and it was not in the city's extraterritorial, they'd have to go through this process to allow for lesser acre tracts. Unless they get annexed in, and then it would be the city's ball saying what they would require, and we would be out of it at that point.
I knew there was something.
Yeah.
It's hard to remember it, isn't
Have you, can I ask?
You can, yeah.
Have you approached the city
We have not yet. We have a meeting tomorrow, starting that process, but I need to get it zoned before I can, you know, have anything to stand on.
Because of the city not having the extraterritorial, if they had the extraterritorial, we wouldn't be here. We would be dealing with them. But since they have not implemented that, even though we're right outside the border, we have to deal with you until they decide that. Who knows when that is? So we need you guys to approve. And then, yes, we want to go to the city. We want to be on city utilities. We would love to be incorporated in the city. But because of their not bringing their extraterritorial into compliance, we are with you guys to get zoned. And it's confusing because if they did their part, we wouldn't be here. That's simply what it is. But this keeps us moving by getting zoned, then we move to the next step, and that will be with them, you know, to go after utilities and stuff like that, so.
It probably is confusing and maybe somewhat for me as well, but my stance on it is I would like to see or know that we can get sewer to that. Because I really wouldn't want to see lagoons in that area. And I know you don't either.
Yeah, we're not on that
So, I mean,
either. And
but-
we would just have to do less, if we had to stay with the county, we would have to do less apartments and stuff, and go with what Carl's recommendation is and everything, would be the other option, or to sell the property, and then you might get 2 houses with 2 lagoons or 1 house, or whatever, you know, we couldn't control that, but,
The thing of it is just from my experience and knowing what's out there, because I did the Christian church, you know, we did all the surveying for that sewer line, and the sewer will work over there. I had it all laid out, but the city was not willing to help the Christian church. Christian church wasn't willing to foot the bill to, you know, run it clear over, so that's why everything went to a quick little 4-inch line, and then the Christian church put a little pump station to get them into that line. It was allowed to be that way for financial purposes. But, you know, have an engineer actually look at it. Also, when that was developed, I can't remember when the Meadows, I want to say it was in 89 or 91, somewhere in there when the Meadows went in, there was a lift station put in over there, and that lift station was built to take as much as a mile or 2 to the west. You know, it was sized up in order to take on that material. So the lift station, literally all it's getting right now, to my knowledge, is just that little development that was put in on that Pioneer Meadows or whatever it's called in the Meadows. So from back then, it was sized to be able to handle it. Everything is there. I'm just saying everything's there. Worst case for us would be for some reason that we could not lay a line on grade, blah, blah, blah. We could put a small lift station on our property and do like the Christian church is and bring it to, you know, to the city. Now that would be, it's not our preference because we'd just soon have gravity flow, no maintenance, you know, and stuff like that. And it would be good for the city too. But here's another thing too, and when that's done, that sewer line's gonna have to go through the edge of the property that you guys have with the hospital. Right now, the only thing that little, was it 2.5 acres? It has that 4-inch line, which is not adequate to handle. It was put in there just to get the Christian church, and I think Paynes are on it, and Larry Crofts are pumping into it. So in order for even to develop that 2-point-some acres that is right north of the Meadows, you're gonna have to do something with the sewer line anyway. So if we go in there and we hook onto the manhole that's on the east side of the road, you're gonna have to cut the street there and get it down because they did not leave it low enough. But you come across there and then you would go up that property right by the Christian church and on out, and that would also open up the 2-point-some acres there too. Because as it is now, there's not enough there if you was to build you're gonna have to do something. You know, that was just a temporary 4-inch line to get them going. So keep that in mind too, that this is, it benefits the city too. I mean, it's a win-win but yes, we need you guys to zone, then we go to them, and then we start, you know, working on getting our funding and all that stuff, so I'm sure that we will end up, you know, having to probably put some of the bill for the sewer line and stuff. So that's kind of where we're at.
Heidi, if the commission chooses to move forward with it and approve it, this is only tied to the housing authority, right? If they happen to sell the property goes back to A1 agriculture, does it?
No.
It does not.
There currently is not a condition in place to tie it to the housing authority. The only condition your planning board put on it that night was the one dealing with sanitation.
But
So
we can put a condition.
you guys could, yes, or you can send it back to the planning board. Those are both your options. Yes, you are allowed to put conditions on too.
So even though it did go from A1 agriculture to this whatever.
SHDD?
Yeah. So it's coming out of A1 agriculture to housing development, basically.
Mhm.
So there's only enough acreage there to put one house on if it stays in the county.
Correct.
Because it's 5
Correct.
acre minimum, right?
That is correct.
So there can't be more than one house put on the property if they should happen to sell the property.
If it's zoned A1. If you leave it how it is and there's no condition on it saying it goes back to A1, then the next person could develop it and do all those options that are within that district.
But it would have to, okay.
There wouldn't be a review point at that point unless they want to do something special within that district.
Well, a fail-safe would be tie it to the housing authority.
Correct.
If the housing authority sells it, it goes back to A1 agriculture.
Do that.
That'd be a
That would-
stipulation I'd like.
That'd be a way to prevent it, anything but.
Opening it up for anything after,
Right,
you open it up for anything after that.
right.
I'm for this, I really am, my hopes is that you guys, we can, us, as a team, not just you, city, county, everybody, get that equipped with sewer, water, everything to eliminate the need for lagoons, would be.
Well, and we want to make this up front. We do not plan on any lagoons. I'm telling you that right now.
You say you haven't had any discussion with the city at all yet, right?
No.
Do
Well,
they
I
really
take
have
that
to?
back. We did have a meeting with the mayor,
And Craig Marshall.
and Craig Marshall months ago, that we were gonna be pursuing housing, and he was like, whatever I need to do. That was months ago. We'll take it for what it is. But, like we said, we kinda need to have zoning so that we can move forward with them. That's kinda where, our track of the events.
I guess I'm having, the saying of cart before the horse, I'm trying to decide where the horse needs to be right
That's
now.
what we were trying to figure out too,
So, I mean, if
Well,
the
we
city
went
was all
with
on
the-
board, it would make my job to say, yeah, go ahead, let's do it. That would
Totally
be
agree.
great, that would be easier for me, but, and I think Wade's wanting to say something, maybe I'm forcing him into it, but that's where I'm at, I'm all for it, I think it's great, it's needed, I mean, you're exactly right, we had a lot of discussion that night, a lot of good discussion, but I don't know, there's gotta be, I think you and I even talked, it's like 1,200 feet or something to that,
Yeah.
to that area, so.
Well, I would say, from the commission standpoint, we want to protect the property if the housing authority does not get grant from the city to attach to city sewer, city water. I think we need a mechanism in there that triggers it back to A1 agriculture.
And for me, it's protection of the landowners around there as well, so, I mean, I'm just,
So the
I mean, 'cause
condition, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I was thinking out loud, so go ahead.
The condition, then it sounds like you guys will all be wanting maybe would go something like this, and then you guys let me know if you wanna reword it. When the Calhoun County Housing Authority no longer owns the property will revert back to the A1 agricultural district unless the next landowner applies for a rezoning of the property and goes through the process again. Or we can just leave out unless, we can just say back to A1. It's whatever you guys want to do, but that would be my proposed, condition, that it sounds like you all are kind of collectively wanting.
So let's go back a little further. So what happens if the housing authority wants to sell it 10 years from now? As that states, it would not. It would trigger back to A1 agriculture after there's houses on there.
So
Does that make sense?
I see what you're saying, yeah, so the development goes through and then the housing authority sells it.
Sells it, that would, it says no longer owns.
Yeah, then we'd be took to Kent, or somebody would be.
So then,
'Cause I know you,
unless it's developed, you could
Yes.
add that at the end,
Yes.
unless so you could either say unless developed or if it's remained undeveloped, however you wanna say that.
well, the
How-
housing authority can develop it as proposed. We can say it that way, I guess,
Okay, so,
or you can figure out how you wanna say it.
you
I
guys
mean,
get a help
they're
me.
presenting a proposal to us to rezone it because they want multifamily housing on there.
Yep.
Of a certain type. And we're saying as long as they can hook on to city utilities and
As long as it goes through with the city. If they sell it, it's gotta go back to A1 agriculture.
I don't know how to word that.
I'd say special condition of,
What you've done in the past to tie them together is what I've started with in the beginning of this condition, but it's just the end of it that would need to be changed, in my opinion. 'Cause you're saying that right now that if they still own the property will, when they no longer own the property, it'll revert back to A1, but you could say unless it's developed, or something to that effect. However you wanna phrase it, unless it's been developed, that you could say that way, or,
if there's apartments on it and they
Right,
own it and they
right.
turn around and sell it, it will not go to A1 because
Correct.
there's apartments on
correct.
it.
So if we say
So,
A1 unless it's developed,
Yes,
is what I would,
yes.
How many properties have to be built there to make it? Just one property will keep it where it won't go back and sold for 1A?
if they propose to do, and please correct me if I'm wrong, phase 1, right? Because you have 2 phases. If they did phase 1, which is build 1 apartment building, it would still say the SHTD district because that's still developing the property. If they decide that the city doesn't want to play ball at all, they don't want to come to the table, they want to sell it because they're ready to move on somewhere else, then it will go back to A1, the second it sells.
I like that.
You know, this picture here's got a clubhouse, 40 to 30, and playground equipment. Who is gonna be responsible for construction now?
When we get done with my report, then give them an opportunity to speak, if that's okay.
You know, this is set up for 24 units, and yet there's 44 units there in this map. What are we dealing with on units of housing?
For the first
It
phase,
says 24, but you got 44 mapped out.
for the first phase is,
I can't hear.
for the first phase is 2 actually of buildings with 8 apartments in them.
So it'd be 16 in the first
It'd be the
phase.
one.
That'd be on the
16
west side then.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes, that's what we're going.
Yeah, there's 16 units there. So that leaves 8, you know, the other location's got 16 units on, the other one's got 12. So 16 and 24 is 8, where's the 8 gotta go in at?
Not sure what you're getting at, Don.
So the 2 units on the west side are both 8 units, which gets you to 16. The east side of the property is 16 units, and the south side of the property is 12. So where's the other 8 units going in for the 24? I'm not trying to make an
No,
issue
no,
out of
I
it,
know.
just
And they
trying to
did-
locate the numbers you're
Right.
talking about.
And I think they sent another revised one where we could take out maybe the playground and put some apartments in there.
That's all preliminary, you know, we.
So we're not looking at the final deal then?
No, only the final deal is the phase one, which would be the 2 buildings with the 8 and 8. That's what we're.
That's what we're going after today.
Yeah,
But what we have the option, if this continues to grow, which we totally plan on growing, is instead of the playground, we put units in there and move the playground over here into a corner.
right,
You know,
for the grass area.
Yeah, where the grass area, utilize the property as much as we can.
So the map is a finished product. I mean, in the whole scope, this map you've given us is, if all goes well, that would be the
Yeah,
finished product.
yeah,
All you're wanting to do now is just the 2 8-unit,
Yeah.
up on the west side there.
right, and
I
I
mean,
think
that's what
and
you're
it
going
depends on the
after.
funding, we may have to do the clubhouse too at that time, because some of the funding requires it.
Then another 8 units, it's gonna take 3 sets of 8 to get to the 24.
All right, Heidi, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Heidi.
Are there any questions for the zoning administrator from the governing body members? I think right at the moment. Written communications, are there any written communications or petitions from the public? The clerk has already checked, no. Applicant presentation, does the applicant wish to present any new information? No. Are there any questions from the applicant, questions to the applicant from the governing body members? Are there any questions to the applicant from the governing body members? That would be Bob, or, Don's questions about the numbers.
Is our housing board considering building a house or 2 to get started and to rent it out?
On that property, or,
Yeah.
no, we're strictly doing apartments there. We're going for a different grant for housing around the county.
We're working on several different funding mechanisms. This is our first one. This is the one that's the furthest down the road.
So this project is strictly, apartments?
Strictly
Apartment
multifamily
complexes.
apartments. And that's what we're trying to keep it, you know, in that area, you know, utilize that 5 acres for multifamily. And, but we're working on funding for single family too. But that's part of that property is some of that we're working with the hospital, you know, kind of over there south of the Meadows, southeast of the Meadows, you know.
It'll be all in each one of the counties, or each one of the towns in the county.
Yeah, we're trying to get it at each town in the county too, not just Burlington,
Right.
but that's another deal we're working on, plus others, so.
Heidi, do we get over to terms and conditions, or if we want any more terms and conditions, can we put them on?
Yes. So, once you finish the final response of the, here's public and then final response,
Okay.
then we can go over
Okay.
if you guys want changes to
Okay,
it.
okay, all right. Any other questions to the applicant from the governing body members? Hearing none, does anyone from the public wish to respond to the applicant's information or provide new information on this case not otherwise presented at the planning board public hearing that should be brought to the attention of the governing bodies? Please rise, give your name and address. Crickets. Do any of the commission members have questions for the public presenter? None. Applicant's final response. Does applicant have any further response to the public comments or any closing remarks?
No.
Hear nothing. Assuming the governing body has received all the information they need on this case, do I continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
This-
I will outline the choices provided under the state statutes of governing body action KSA 12757C. So this is where we go into
Yes.
the...
What conditions you feel you
Conditions.
want to add, yes.
Well, I definitely want to add, I don't know, we need to make a motion and move. Conditions on it, Wade?
I think you
Just show
go through
conditions?
your conditions and then they get,
Well, we make the conditions and then we go through and approve, disapprove, so on and so forth. So I definitely think the condition of, it transferring back to A1 agriculture if the housing authority chooses to sell the property. Number one.
So would you like that to read the following? The housing authority no longer owns property. Property will revert back to the A1 agricultural district unless the property is developed. Is how you'd like
I
that-
can agree with that.
how you'd like to word it?
So then,
When the Coffee County Housing Authority no longer owns the property will revert back to the A1 agricultural district unless the property is developed.
See why that doesn't explain that.
And development is one
Could be
house.
one apartment. That would count as
One
developed.
apartment will.
One
keep
apartment
the-
complex
Would
would-
keep the whole keep the whole property
The
into
SHDD.
SSHDD, yeah.
Mhm.
25 acres.
I think it's a good condition to have on it, where they have not went to the city yet. The city could say, go fly a kite, and then the housing authority's back to square one and say, we're gonna sell it, so.
and this way, it'll allow it to go back to
A1 agriculture.
A1 agriculture.
And then the next developer, if you were to have another one, would have to go through the process over again to do the rezoning.
It's kinda got the housing authority between a rock and a hard place. It's gotta be rezoned, but they don't know if the city's gonna play ball or not. And so,
And until it's rezoned, they really,
the city won't do anything.
right, exactly.
And so, if the city if we rezone it and the city doesn't do anything, then the property can be sold and it goes back to A1 agriculture. So
That sounds good.
I think
It gives them what they need.
gives them what they need.
Yep.
Absolutely. Normally the zoning puts some conditions on stuff.
Normally
And
they
we've got
would.
0 conditions on this.
We got one.
We got one.
I recommended the first condition, and that was all that was recommended on this case.
Did I miss the first condition?
The applicant and agents will follow the recommendation environmental health for all requirements according to the Coffee County Sanitation Code. That's like a standard one we put on pretty much anything, any development.
But other than that, there's nothing.
Correct. Until your second one you just put on.
Yes.
Yes.
Tom, did you,
Well, in reading through, planning should be required as a condition of zoning. Do you want it?
I mean, it's 5 acres. How much are you gonna plot? Plotting on 5 acres.
Yeah, minimal.
I mean, that's gonna run into more money for you guys. And it's 5 acres. I can see if it was 160 or 500, you know, but
And I'm not worried about the screening thing.
you're not worried about
That's
it.
what I gotta think about.
Okay.
So, did you wanna say something, Wade?
you haven't got to your options, but one of them is to table it. Sounds like, don't know what the city's gonna do. There's a meeting with the city later this week.
Well, we're just visiting with the heads of the departments to try to see what they're gonna ask for us before we go.
So having an idea of what expectations or what conditions the city might be interested in, because if you go ahead and move forward, and you don't have those conditions, that may make a difference in if they give the green light or not give the green light. I mean, is that a fair assumption? And then if you come back, you can add those conditions and make the city, I guess, please the city if they have certain things that they might request or require. There's also, this district, as Heidi indicated, is new, and I think you need to set a precedent moving forward so that there was a spirited discussion at the meeting, and one of the members in particular had a lot of questions and input regarding what conditions might be appropriate to put on with this particular project. And my impression was it got passed on so this board could make a decision whether additional conditions could be placed on what happens. Now, I mean, I think some of the conditions you expressed are very important, but, you know, whoever would come in and put together a construction package, since it would be technically in the county if the city doesn't do anything, I mean, how do you vet and make sure you don't have somebody coming in that doesn't have the credentials to build? Does that make sense?
For an instance, I believe there was some discussion, I mean, we've got a busy day today, but there was some discussion, I mean, the owners of the adjacent properties, I could see if they built apartments and painted them pink, or painted them green, yellow, and purple. You know, it affected, so one of them was like, well, we wanna see what you're gonna be putting here first before we approve it. Well, you really can't do that, because number one, there's no codes, you know, it has to be this, this, and this. That was kind of the way they wanted to go back. Is that fair, Mike? Kind
No,
of what
that's fair.
the route they was going
Yeah.
that night?
And what he was talking about was, one of the board members was Nathan Strotter, which is huge. He has a ton of information. He's worked for multi developers and stuff in Wichita, and he works for Johnson County now, so he has a wealth of information. And all of his deals were totally legit. The problem we have is we're still not to that point. But what we was talking about too was, since we are county, you know, Housing Authority's county, we're part of you guys. Let's move through this and try to hone this in, using us as, well, you want to call it the guinea pig, I guess, in some ways, and start moving some of this stuff into, because there's going to be more to come, and we need that very thing that Wade's talking about, that Nathan brought up, needs to happen. But we're trying to keep this moving, but since we work with, you know, we're part of the county, you know, ultimately, we're all in the same deal. You know what I'm saying? That we're not a developer that's from Wichita or Kansas City that's just gonna be in the best interest of him. You know, we're in the best interest of us. So, and there is a lot of things, like Wade said, that we do need to work through. There's some refinements that need to happen in order for this process to be so much easier. But it's not gonna happen tomorrow, you know what I mean? But if we can start the process, you know, of doing what we need to do, then we'll hone them things in, because believe me, with what I'm working on, not just with the Housing Authority, but other things, we have to get this refined down so we can keep moving at a better pace.
Can we put a condition on that the applicant would have to come back to the planning board, zoning board, whatever, with maybe constructual drawings and
Sounds like maybe we need some more discussion.
Or you can send it back to the planning board if you feel like there's more discussion. that
Again,
needs to be had.
I'm for this, so I guess in the long run, I'm wondering if a meeting between the city fathers, council members, mayor, whatever, as well as the board, Coffee County Commissioners, need to happen in discussion of this project. I mean, that way, I mean, again, I'll go back to the statement, cart before the horse. I'm trying to decide where the horse needs to be in this
No, and I don't disagree with you, and like I
scenario
said,
here, and I get your frustration. I
the
do.
city had their stuff together, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
You know, that's.
how far does this push you out if we push this back to the zoning and planning, or zoning
Well,
board?
we won't be able to do it this year,
Yeah,
so we'll have to go next year. But
Yeah,
that's just the way
I
it
mean-
is with it.
But like I
But we
said,
do have to have, I do wanna say, we do have to have the zoning before I can even apply for anything somewhere.
Before you can even apply.
I cannot apply if I don't have it zoned correctly.
I see.
and that was kind of our hurdle,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And we kind of need this piece
Yeah.
to keep our funding mechanism going forward. And we're not trying to
No.
push, but it's just,
No.
it's a hurdle that we have to have. That's,
Trying to meet the state, funding,
Okay, all right.
I think we understand you're not trying to push anything, Mike, but there comes a point in time when you gotta start moving, and there's a point in time when a guy needs to move fairly quickly too, to establish what we need for what we hope is gonna happen up on Interstate 35.
Yes.
I think we're all in favor, but finding the exact direction to follow through, I'm not sure we have all the answers either.
Could a person do approval upon a city cooperation? Contingent on.
When's the next zoning meeting?
The 18th of May.
18th of
But
May?
didn't you say we couldn't get on that one because you were too busy?
Well,
We could do a special meeting for this,
Uh,
if you guys wanted the board to as well.
it may not require sending it back, it may just require tabling it, and it's about timing, and then have a meeting with
The city.
the city,
The only
because
thing is,
they
I
need.
won't have a definite tomorrow, this is just kind of getting our ducks in a row
Sure.
for it to go to the next step.
Sure.
But do you want us to
But-
come
but
back?
When's the next time the city meets?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it
Second, 17th.
17.
the 17th?
17th.
So they meet then, this board can keep it, in the interim, have conversations about the things that you're talking about, table it, because that is an option, and then revisit it after contact has been made with the city. And that doesn't send it back to zoning.
Correct.
One of the other things that is potentially important to think about is, for any project the county is doing, there's the bid process and performance and, all the bonds that have to be in place, which for a project like this, that in essence is semi-sponsored by the county. I mean, having those particular conditions in place so you don't, you protect the integrity of whatever the construction is, having those things in place. Now, if that's not. But,
Well, I mean, they're here today because they wanna go to the city. They gotta have our blessing to go to the city, stating that it's going to be zoned, rezoned, correct? So you're gonna meet with them tonight? No, tomorrow night. Tomorrow night.
And actually, we're just meeting with department heads.
Department head, so that's the reason not the city council.
Yeah, we're not really meeting with city council,
Yeah,
we're trying to do a
okay.
preliminary meeting to get maybe some questions answered with the department heads.
Before we go to the
Everybody on
city.
board.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we tabled this until
Second?
the 22nd, until the 22nd, I see that's blue, is that a holiday?
No.
Okay.
No.
If we table this to the 22nd, will that put you out of your application?
Yes, probably so, but that's okay, I mean, it'll just give us a little more time to get everything, I mean, we wanna get everything, right.
I can see this working, I really can. And
It's okay.
I'm willing to work with the city, willing to work with you guys, just, we wanna make sure
Back,
everybody's comfortable, so.
Absolutely.
something we just said, contingent on city approval, why couldn't we go ahead and approve this contingent on?
If we have our restrictions in place that we talked about earlier.
I mean, what would be the downside?
What's the downside, is what.
Right, exactly.
We're gonna be,
Exactly.
I'm not.
I mean, I just wanna make sure, Wade brought up a valid point, wanna make sure that insurer bonding, so on and so forth, if there's county funds going into it, there's gotta be proper bids and
Right, right.
and bid bonds and performance bonds and insurance and so on and so forth in this. I think that's just county period. I don't know that we need to put that in special conditions. Would that be something we'd have to put in special conditions, Wade?
I'm not sure how that happens outside of, and they would have to explain what that process is through the housing authority, if they follow county procedures. If they follow county procedures, then it's not an issue. If they have their own procedure, then that might, that I don't know.
But if it entails found like match funds, if it entails match funds, then that would probably fall underneath the county's bid procedures, would it not?
Well, I would, there's a subordinate board to this board, so in my opinion, they have to follow what the county requires. That's just, not, if that occurs, I don't know, because I don't know what their policies and procedures are.
I mean, I hate pushing things down the road. I absolutely hate moving it. I know the timeline is important to the housing authority, but this is new. This is, my gut says, let's table it till the 22nd.
Does it send a strong enough message if we tell the city that the consensus of the board
We endorse
is
this.
100% behind it?
Yeah.
I think, I mean,
Does this, to me, that sends a message, even though we haven't voted on.
Everyone here is nodding their head yes,
Yes.
if we want to see this happen, we support it.
That would be a blessing.
To me, that
because
sends, it's still,
they
even
know
though it
you
hasn't been
support
voted
it.
on, it still sends a message.
Yes,
That would be great.
that would be awesome.
Just a few more clarifications, I think, to make everybody a little more comfortable is all, so.
so we need to make a motion. Move that we table this.
Well, you have,
There's
Oh.
number 6 on the back.
Sorry.
You guys can use that one if you wish.
I gotta put my glasses back on.
Same thing with instructions.
Number 6. Tabled by a majority vote. So move to table case number Z 2023-01 until May 22nd, 2023 at,
What time can we put them on the agenda that day, Angie?
May what, did you say?
May 22nd.
Do you wanna do 9:05?
Why not? 9:05 a.m. in the same meeting room. I will move.
I'll second it.
For what, in regards to, you have to also finish it for more information and study in regards to,
To city response, of,
the project,
the what?
of the project?
Yes,
Okay, so for more information and study in regard to city response to the project?
for city, utilities
Annexation.
and possibly annexation. I mean, they don't have to annex it to, you put city utilities on it, do they?
I don't know.
I think like sewer, they do.
Oh, the sewer, they'd have to annex it, okay.
Good enough.
Moved by Knight, seconded by Hugutin, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Closing remarks.
I
Thank you for,
just passed over those since you actually didn't do
Okay.
approval ordinance.
okay.
If you tabled it, so, we're done.
Call on
Still,
it.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
But, yeah,
If I can take the book back, I'll bring them back on the 22nd.
Thank you all.
thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Hey, Mike, Rhonda, I'd be glad to go to the city council meeting with you on the 17th or something if you want. Just to let, to let them know, I believe the entire board is in favor. Just let
It would
them
be huge. We know how huge it is. If they know you're behind us,
Just make sure you send the
especially if you guys can come, that would be like them saying, oh,
To me, that sends
Can't
a
be more
message.
to it.
Have a good day, guys.
You too.
You too, thank you.
Jeremy.
Jeremy, it was supposed to be Kelly, but Jeremy's coming.
Oh, okay. I lost my agenda. I don't know where it went. Thank you. We're gonna jump to, Jeremy real quick. Gallagher representative, insurance certification, clarification, sorry. You're up, sir.
Do you wanna?
So, I talked to Wade last week, and we had some concerned employees on some, thinking they were not informed of some options available for health insurance. And if you guys recall, last fall, well, two of you weren't here, you might have been here for the meeting, but you weren't actually on the board. But if you recall, last year, when Christina was in talking, there was discussion about health insurance and the options we offered and all that. And, we offer 3 options: the $1,000 deductible, the $1,500 deductible, and now the $3,000 deductible, which is the high deductible healthcare plan. The commissioners, years ago, when we started all that, people who qualified for the high deductible healthcare plan received part of what would be the deductible, like half the deductible, put into a qualifying HSA, which is a health savings account. I don't want to go too fast on you there, but then for those that chose that option, that's what the county did for them. A few years later, there were some employees that felt that they were being
Discriminated against, maybe?
yeah, either
Treated unfairly.
treated unfairly, I guess.
That's better.
Because they couldn't get that money because they were double covered. Maybe, for instance, they might have had a spouse that worked at Wolf Creek, and if they wanted a high deductible health care plan, they didn't qualify to get that money. So some of the commissioners back then approved that they would, okay, so you don't qualify for a health savings account, but we'll give you money. It's got to be taxed though. So they didn't get the tax-free going into an HSA. They got money that was taxed, handed to them in a check.
Oh,
that
just
they
a
could-
check?
Yes.
So that wasn't put anywhere? I mean, it just...
It wasn't,
Oh, it was-
yeah,
okay.
they could use it for
Actual
anything.
income.
Okay.
Yep.
So, last fall now, when all this came up again, the board at that time said, you weren't gonna do this anymore. You didn't wanna give that money out as a check. Do you remember that, Tom?
Mr. Johnson started that discussion.
Okay.
Exactly how it ended up.
Well, I just remember you guys had said you did not want to proceed going that way anymore, and so, the insurance committee relayed that to Gallagher to make sure we put that in our books for this following year so that it says that the county was not gonna do that anymore. So, then it had come up that there were a few employees that didn't know that that was an option before. And so I was trying to think back on why did they not know, because we've never withheld anything from employees as far as benefits. Well, then I realized, okay, when 2020 happened with COVID, we went to doing a soft renewal. And what that meant was benefits management printed on a form what you currently had, and then these were given out to all employees, basically saying this is what you currently have. If you want to change anything, contact benefits management. And that was called a soft renewal, and we did that for the last 3 years, 20, 21, and 22. Then through the new policy manual and that, I think Wade brought up that since we had a lot of new employees, we probably should go back to in-person meetings so that everything can be explained to employees and, you know, all that. And so that's where we are today. And so Jeremy's here to kind of talk about the non-qualified HSA and how that's not a typical business practice, and I'll let you go ahead with that.
Yeah, so basically, your predecessor made that decision. It's a business decision, and one of the things I think that is a little bit of a disconnect is when you hand those checks to people in the form of income, it's not being used the way that it was meant to, which is to put it into their qualified high deductible health plan. I think that you guys have I know that you have a great plan. It's the equivalent of grossing somebody up in salary. You're not saying that you're not willing to give those dollars to any of your employees. If they have coverage through their spouse, that's a decision that they choose to make. You're not saying that you're not willing to put that into your qualified high deductible health plan. That is offered here, and you guys actually put $1,800 for a single or up to $3,650 for a family. So you're not telling anybody that they can't do it. It's just that you have to have a qualified high deductible health plan.
So if they have insurance elsewhere, they can't do that. That's what the issue is.
They can't set up a qualified high deductible health.
They do not qualify. That's what people need to hear. They do not qualify for the high deductible plan.
Correct.
Now, if they want to go off of their spouse's
And go on
insurance
this
and
plan.
go on this plan, they can, and they get the same benefit as everyone else.
But that's their choice.
That's their choice. You got it.
I mean, that's the choice that they made.
But there was ones that had their choice and wanted, you know, they didn't qualify, and so they still wanted money.
Well, on both sides are right.
You want icing on your cake or on your,
In the middle.
yeah, in the middle, you know, where, all over or just in one spot?
So I guess we're just wanting you guys, now we have 2 new board members. If you guys would make a motion or something of how you want this to go, because we've had it printed in the manual based on what previous commission had said last year. We can change it if you want to go back to doing that, or if you want to continue with what had been decided, but I think we need something in a motion form stating basically what our manual says.
I just think it's their choice. They can do one or the other, but they can't, it's choice. And it is their choice, so if they want the high deductible, then.
Yeah, and just, I don't wanna speak out of school, but I've been doing this over 20 years.
Sure.
I've never had a client gross folks up just to offset what they could get in the high deductible health plan match.
Because, I mean, the purpose of it is to help with that high deductible. You're on our insurance plan, we're gonna give you this money to help offset that large deductible.
Yeah.
And a large.
Am I looking at it the wrong way?
No,
You're not.
they're not, because if they're on their spouse's plan and it's.
Then this doesn't apply.
And it doesn't apply.
And a large part of the reason that the commissioners, back when we started this whole self-funding insurance, to give that money is because we were trying to kind of corral employees to go with the high deductible health care plan, because it helped with cheaper premiums and all of that. So that offset of money kind of offset from the lower deductible, or lower premium on the lower deductible.
Because that was cheaper than paying the premium for
Yeah,
the
and
lower
you guys
deductible,
are
correct?
self-funded, and we did an analysis, and we found out there aren't a whole lot of people that were even meeting a deductible. So you take your same dollars, give it to your employees, and they can keep it. You don't lose it like the Section 125 where it's a use it or lose it. It's their dollar amount that you put into their account for them, and the idea being, if you're healthy, it grows over time.
For medical only.
Or for
Right.
that,
Correct.
and draw it out
Right,
further, right?
right.
So once again, the employee only, and Angie, correct me, the employee only plans, high deductible or low deductible, am I right? The employee pays 0 out of pocket.
Right.
0 amount of money for their health
For
insurance.
themselves, yeah.
When I first started 6 years ago, the $1,800 you mentioned was $1,700.
Right.
So I don't know where it started 20 years ago, but it's been gradually moved up.
It was based off,
And whether that needs to be reevaluated or not, I don't know.
it was based off whatever the deductible was. We were like half and a little more or something, and so we've just kind of stuck with that over the years.
I don't remember the specs behind it.
Yeah.
You know, when I,
So you have no one that does that in the companies that you work with? Okay.
I don't.
So it doesn't sound like you're being unfair.
You're not.
Now, does Gallagher set the deductible, or does the county?
The county does. For the high deductible health plan, it's actually the IRS guidelines that tell you. That's why we had to go from 2,800 last year to 3,000 this year.
So that's the deductible.
For the high
To
deductible health plan.
meet the match or whatever, to meet the qualified.
Yeah, that's,
deductible.
yep, that's,
Has to be 2,800.
it's actually 3,000 this
3,000,
year, yeah.
So can the county have one deductible?
You could.
Okay.
The other 2 plans that are available are more traditional PPO plans, so it's either 1,000 or 1,500. And then we work with the hospital here to make sure, if we can, keep those dollars local.
So the 1,000 is almost obsolete nowadays, is it not?
Well, no, those are, so you have the qualified high deductible health
Right.
plan, which is 3,000, but
Right.
the other 2 are 2 different traditional PPO plans where you have first dollar benefits.
Right.
What makes it a qualified high deductible health plan is there's no first dollar benefit available. The only thing that you get first dollar are your preventative which is part of healthcare reform, of course. So to answer your question, you can choose a different deductible. The reason that we use the 1,000 and 1,500 is at that time you were on a fully insured contract with Blue Cross, and we tried to mirror that so employees there wouldn't be any disruption in benefit.
But what I'm saying right now, $1,000 deductible is almost not affordable for individuals nowadays.
Yeah, it's getting that way.
So that's what I meant, it's almost obsolete. So you'd be a 2,000 and a 3,000.
You could do that, yes.
Would that change anything on our premium?
So it might change just a little bit because...
Make it lower?
A little bit, but I'll tell you why. It's because you're self-funded. And so what happens is there's a stop-loss carrier that pays for anything over the spec, which is 125. So for the stop-loss carrier, whether somebody has a large claim and the employee is paying 1,000 or 2,000, it doesn't really affect them anyway. So it's truly a funding mechanism. It's not affecting you hardly. I mean, it'll be minuscule.
And I'd like to add one other thing. I have been on the insurance committee since we started the self-funding, and I cannot tell you the number of hours that we have put in working with Gallagher, and Jeremy's been on it from day one, and Kelly is our new rep now too. And we have, I cannot tell you how many hours we've worked so hard to try to make sure that we can help the county employees to the fullest, because years ago, you couldn't even afford to buy family insurance. I mean, it took all of it paycheck, net paycheck. And I have advocated for county employees like crazy. Have I not, Jeremy?
You absolutely have.
But in the same token, I also have been very mindful of the dollars the county has. So to keep that balance has been quite a juggle. And so, I mean, I would hope that county employees would realize that I have worked very hard, and this is not something we have taken lightly, nor are we trying to cheat anyone out of anything. We want the best for everybody. And I just hope that county employees could really understand that, because it is a bit hurtful when someone gets,
sideways?
Yeah, and they don't know the hours that we have set and gone over so many things.
Well, and I mean, the decision that the board makes is not is not Angie's. She's not gonna be the one that should take the blow for it. It should be the board,
Not
you
her
know.
department.
You're not the battering, you know, you're not the
Punching bag.
punching bag,
Yeah.
there you go.
For myself, from going from private insurance to going on here, I feel we've got an excellent program.
You
It's
do.
unbelievable, in my opinion, but
I have self-funded insurance with my company, and we've done it for 5 or 7 years, and it's a different ballgame. It is a different ballgame, but once again, we mirrored Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Yeah.
Which is one of the best. Yeah. Well, best in premiums, eh? Right. But, I mean, once again, we go to, if you qualify, you get this benefit. If you don't qualify, you don't get this benefit.
Yeah, and they can qualify if they choose to.
Yeah.
If they choose to be on their spouse's plan, that's okay too.
well, it's part of the coverage is what it actually is. The county's giving money we're gonna help you because this big deductible is a good deal for us. So we're helping you pay part of that deductible.
Part of that deduction.
If you choose not to take the insurance, that's part of the insurance, is the way I view it.
I don't know how the motion should read, but
Do you have how we worded it in the book?
And the employees need to realize the value of what's being provided to them, and there probably are some of them that don't realize the value.
It might have gone up a lot since they paid for it themselves, possibly, if they've been here a while.
Is this the old one or is this the new one?
That's the new one.
So, we could just do this paragraph on there,
okay.
and then at the end, you can,
That would be under the motion.
yeah, just do that.
We'll move, the county will deposit the first $1,800 per employee or $36.50 per family into your account. There are no guarantees expressed or implied by the county commission as to further funding the HSAs.
Yeah, HSA.
HSAs. Each year, the commission reviews the plan prior to July 1st renewal date. The county will only contribute these funds to qualified HSA accounts. The county will no longer make payments directly to employees. I move.
I'll second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
I'll be downstairs. No, thank you.
Before you leave, I think one other clarification regarding the transition to the short-term disability. Last week or the week before it was mentioned that transition's occurring, but that you could purchase additional short-term disability coverage that will close that
Supplement.
gap. And my understanding that that's not the case, that is something that can occur. Is that?
So, I will get clarification, but what I'm told is the plan through Guardian, it is a self-funded plan. They want it to be 60% of income, however you get there. So if you have supplemental short-term disability, it will pick up what that doesn't, up to the 60%. The idea being that people aren't gonna make more money being off of work than.
They wanted 60% plus another 30.
Right.
To make their 90.
Yeah.
But at 60 is the absolute
That's
max.
what we have with the Guardian plan we put in place.
But you can't have something.
But if they have a supplemental plan anywhere else, and even if it's on their own, if that short-term disability plan, because there are some that are 66%, you know.
So if they had a supplemental plan on their own, then that would balance, that would bring in the added dollars to their.
Yeah, if the other carrier will go over that, that's fine. The idea, I think, putting this plan in place is, because you guys are paying for it, it's a self-funded short-term disability plan, not to make it to where people make more money being off of work than.
And that goes up to 60% of their
income.
income.
Correct.
So Wade was saying that there's an option to make that greater, 75%?
Well, so my understanding was, and this flat needs to be clarified, is in addition to what's being provided by the county, if let's say I want to add, in case something happens, can I just close that gap, go from 60 to?
So that is through Benefits Direct. I don't know what their short-term disability plan has in place, and I know it's on a voluntary basis.
Sure, but if I pay that money each month and there's a situation, at the back end, I know 60% is covered, do I get to 75 or even 100% if I add this additional policy that I pay for out of my own pocket?
We'll have to get clarification. I'll have to talk to the Benefits Direct lady.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't want to tell you the wrong thing.
Sure, and I think we need to know the answer.
That's a good
because
question.
There are some people who may have an issue, and that may
Sure.
be something that's
Yeah.
important to them, but if that doesn't happen, then we don't want to provide false information to them.
Fair enough, you bet.
Where the cap is 60, and no matter if you have two or five plans, the max you can go is 60.
Yeah. Good question. We'll find out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it would have to be something outside of the county's policy, like an Aflac or something like that.
You're right,
possibly.
yeah.
But they can do whatever they want with that, but it could mess up their 60% that the county would give if they've got another policy. that-
Right, it would be similar if you had double health insurance and
Mhm.
you have to do coordination of benefits to figure out who pays first.
So during this open enrollment period.
We need clarification.
At 60, I don't know how it works, but 60 is the cap, and the county will cover up to 60, but I add Aflac, and they say, well, 60 is the number, so we'll subtract 30% from what the county provides, and you're paying for that out of your pocket. Well, I'm not gonna do that.
Right,
That
exactly.
doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's their responsibility to check that out, it's not ours responsibility.
Well,
We're just
but it-
giving them 60%.
But it was presented several meetings ago, and you may not have been here, that you can add, and it will cover whatever is on top of that 60, so that's why I brought it up.
That's a good
for
question, and
clarification.
I don't know the answer.
Well, I mean, get that information to us and see what we can come up with. Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Have a good day.
Yep.
Woo. What? Oh,
I think, well, no.
Ryan.
Whenever they're ready for me, I'll go.
Oh.
I don't know where he's at, so just skip over, I guess.
I guess we'll go with grant writer Brett and Danielle Burke.
Hey, hey.
Morning.
We're just winging it today, heck. we're-
Oh, well,
All I
that
know is we
makes-
got a work session at 12:30.
Well, that makes two of us. Get my notes and my glasses out here.
You need glasses.
If they can help me remember.
They read, oh, no, they don't do anything from memory.
Well, good morning, guys. I am Danielle Burke, and I was at a previous meeting last year that some of you missed. Congratulations on getting your hot seats up here. But if you want to refer back to it, just to catch up to speed, it was last October 24th, that meeting in 2022, where I basically came in to introduce myself to the board and kind of give everybody a rundown of what we foresee for the future for downtown Burlington, our county seat holder. Basically, we wanted to open up the conversation and let you all know that we would be diligently working behind the scenes, and that if there were an opportunity that should arise for us to be able to partner to accomplish such goals, to save a place for us, and that we would be back. Well, we're back, and we're really excited because there has been an opportunity that has opened up for us. There was a position where a previously awarded 2022 Kansas commercial grant has fallen through. And we are a qualified project, and we are a qualified business, and basically what we have to have is your blessing for everything to work. For one of our downtown buildings to offer our citizens more amenities and add a little more life to our living. Not only does the property qualify the business and our county, joining us this morning is Brett Wagner, co-owner of Governmental Assistance Services, and I believe y'all have met before, and because I think he's written a grant or two in his life. And so without further ado, he's here once again to help us all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, when I'm not doing CHIPS applications, which lately has been pretty much every waking hour, things have slowed down a little bit. We're kind of on a little bit of a semi-break with that for a little bit. Our program works, or our company works in the CDBG program in the state of Kansas. That's actually kind of our bread and butter, most of what we do. The CDBG Commercial Rehab Program for the owners of buildings is a chance for them to get a $250,000 grant from the state with only, I say only, putting in $83,000 of their own money. So it's a 25% match. It's a really, really good program. I would call it competitive. The projects are really hard to pull off. You have to have a really good project team. You have to have a good grant writer and grant administrator, which we've shown that we can handle these projects pretty well. You have to have a really good architect, and you have to have an owner that's dedicated to give the time and money that's necessary to put one of these things through. So a couple of years ago, me and Garrett looked into the program. He had done a couple in the past, but it had been a while. But we kind of identified some different architects in different areas of the state to work with, because the expectations for the architects are a lot different on these projects than they are for some of the other ones. So with all that being said, we think we've developed a really good project team, and we've shown some really good success in the last few years on getting these. In fact, we're so good at it that the state told us we were too good this year and denied 2 of our applications because we had already got those cities grants the previous year. They basically, I don't know if I want to say this on the record, they rewrote the rules because we figured out how to get money for our cities and counties that we work in. So they took 2 good applications and said, sorry, we're not going to give them money 2 years in a row. So that's an opening for these owners here. What we would do is write an application, get it in as quick as we possibly could because it is first come, first serve. I checked with the program director again this morning. There are no other applications yet, and none that he knows of that are in the works right now. But for the CDBG program to work, it has to have the sponsorship of a county or a city, period. It has to be one or the other. When we visited on the phone last week, she said she'd prefer to come to the county commission first, and I said that's great. I've dealt with the commission a little bit before, so I'm here to make you comfortable with what would be expected from the county for this program. Wade, I don't know if you have any experience with CDBG in the past?
No.
So the grantee basically, the grantee would be the county, and they would be the building owners. The money passes through the county. So the grant money, the construction money, the money to pay the architect, she provides what's needed as the matching money, and the state basically wires money to the county, and the county writes the checks. So that's the way we operate as a company when we administer a grant. Our goal is to deliver a proper set of documents every month so that the county clerk or the city clerk can write checks to the contractor, the architect, and to us as the grant administrators too. So there will be a little bit of work for the clerk to do, but it'll be very minimal. And as far as meeting time or having to come here and do things with you guys, that'll be very minimal too. It's not a heavy lift for a city or a county. There is a grant agreement. I can get you a copy of the grant agreement. She'll have to sign a couple agreements, a repayment agreement that states she can't sell the building within 3 years without paying that grant money back. And another agreement that basically states that she will properly use the money and not abscond with the money or anything like that. I'm sure it's probably happened somewhere before, but I've never seen it. So that's really the action item that she's seeking today, would just to be for the county to act as grantee for her CDBG commercial rehab application. And I would open it up to any questions you guys might have, and hopefully I can answer any questions about the program.
I've worked on a few. Is there federal money involved in this one?
It's all federal money. It's HUD money. It comes down through the State Department of Commerce through the CDBG program. So there's a few HUD requirements. That's honestly, that's why someone like us is required, is to cut through all the red tape that's required. There's a lot of different forms and a lot of different things that have to be done.
Well, the only reason I veered from it is because the wage scale they require for
Yes.
a lot of tradespersons is very high.
Yeah, that's something that we discussed on our first phone call. I mean, we just talked for the first time last week, right? Early last week.
Boom, we're ready.
Yeah. That's why she's going to spend a lot more money, I think, than the $333,000, right? Eventually.
Yes.
Yes. So $250 grant, $83,333 in matching money. What we encourage our clients to do is just to apply for the $250 and only spend the minimum money that they're required to on that project. You don't have to do everything all at once. That way she's not paying Davis-Bacon wage rates on the whole entire project. It's just that very first phase of the project. So we encourage people to do it in a couple phases.
Is this project, the old theater?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I said, not the old, it was the theater on the east side.
Popcorn factory.
Right, okay.
Douglas.
Yeah.
So does her money come into this pool then and
Yeah,
get
there's-
out to these? How does that work?
Right, there's two different ways to do it. Her money, she'll pledge the money and she'll write a letter or get a letter from the bank or something like that that states that she actually has the money or has the credit to get the money. That's part of the application. Once the grant is awarded, then there's two ways that I've seen it done. Number one, the bills are paid every month once construction starts. So there will be an architect bill, a contractor bill, and a grant administrator bill, usually just 3 bills every month. We draw down the grant funds in that ratio, right? So the $250,000 and $83,000, whatever that ratio is, we draw the grant money down that way every month. She can either write a check to the contractor for her part and the architect and the grant administrator, and that's good for her because she gets tax credits for that if she chooses to go that route. Or the other way I've seen it done is, once the grant is awarded, the city or county just requires her to write that check for $83,333, pump it into the county's account. That way it's there, the grant money comes in every month, and it all goes out at the same time, if that makes sense. So that would be up to you all. I would ask you to consider on her behalf, if she wants to do the tax credits, I'd ask you to consider doing that. But again, that would be your choice.
Sounds like Angie's gotta handle that, so.
I'll make it easy on you, I promise.
Okay, thanks.
Again, I'm looking at you for your blessing.
I could give you the names of a couple city clerks to talk to if you wanted to, you could check with them, and I'm sure they'll tell you that we do what we say we're gonna do. We get those documents right, we make sure everything's ready to sign off, and it's gonna be a couple emails here and there, and a couple checks.
Sure.
Yep. And a required public hearing. But that's as simple as me standing here before you guys at a regular commission meeting. It doesn't have to be a special meeting. We have a public hearing. It's a requirement of this HUD money. Citizen participation is what they call it. We have a public hearing that basically describes the project, says that they're applying for a grant, the county's applying for a grant, that we're the grant administrators and we're going to take care of everything. And then another public hearing when the project is over with. It's called a performance hearing, where I stand up here and I say, we said exactly what we said we were going to do. She spent the money she said she was going to spend or more, because that's a minimum, and then that's it. So that may be the only 2 times that you see me again for that project would be those 2 public hearings, unless something went south for some reason, and of course I'd be here, but yeah.
You said at the start that it could be done either through the city or the county. May I ask why? I'm just curious. Why the county instead of the city?
Because I'm running opposed our current mayor in office.
Yeah, we're just heading off that conflict of interest. There's conflict of interest waivers available for the CDBG program, but if you know you're gonna have one, you might as well just.
No, I was just curious.
Leave it to Steve.
Good question.
Let your yes be yes.
I wasn't gonna
and
say
no be
anything
no.
unless you did, so
I was just curious.
The county has no financial responsibility.
That's exactly right. Once you see the grant agreement, you'll understand.
But let's say, and I don't know if this particular project, if there were an economic development request through the county, and there may be at some point in time, is that handled separately, a separate pool? How would that work?
For the same business?
Right.
Yeah, it would be completely different. That would be just a county and business owner agreement, wouldn't involve the state money.
So let me go back, what do you, because you mentioned something about memory. So run me back to what you're going to do here.
So basically, they put the old movie theater, popcorn factory up Duck Balls, on auction here the end of last summer. And anyways, it was 3:30 in the afternoon. I go, Matt, I call him, I go, can you register me for a number? And he's like, why? What are you gonna do? And I go, well, let me just tell you, the worst thing has already happened. It's been empty for 20-some years, and it's a marquee property of our downtown, and it's like when you come to our downtown, like that's the first taste you get of us. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to change things and give us a different feeling. I mean, we deserve it. We've got people, we've got schools, we've got the county, and we just want to add a little more living to our life down there. So basically, I'm not in business to compete with anyone else. And what we thought would be really cool to do, I mean, this may be blasphemy on some ears, but it's what we're going to do. Like us or love us. But we're going in the front with a cocktail lounge, mocktail lounge. It's going to be 1920s Gatsby style theme, and we're going to do a time travel through, kind of like we're going to do a time travel through the building. And we're going to have something other than Mexican. I mean, we are from catfish capital of the world, and you can't even get it in our town. So we have a whole Pinterest board, if you'd all like to see it sometime. And I got a gal flying in on Thursday because we've got all the plans laid out, and I need to make sure our plans match with their plans. That's more about making it pretty. What they're actually here to do is they're here to help us make sure that the roof is good. Somebody, once upon a time, did a spray foam over it. There's no way to attach it without the whole baby coming off. They're here to help us structurally, plumbing-wise, and then after we are sitting pretty, we'll make it pretty.
I should have mentioned that the CDBG grant pays for to fix code violations and exterior improvements. It doesn't pay for wallpaper and chandeliers, but it'll pay for shingles and windows and doors and bricks and things like that on the outside.
So that's a flat roof? That's a flat roof, is that right?
Yeah, that's what we call them out there, and then a few other things.
Yeah. So do they also help with fire suppressant?
Yes.
So the code, that's what it's saying.
Yeah, whatever building codes you all have on, basically, she's gonna hire an architect that has to do a preliminary architecture report. He replied back to me today that he's ready to go, and I passed that message on to her this morning. He'll go through the whole building and analyze everything and come up with the things that have to be done, and then we will shrink that down into the $333,000 project and tackle that, and then everything else will be phase 2. Go.
So it's gonna be more like a supper club type thing, evening
Yeah, I
stuff.
mean, you know, we've got
4 o'clock.
breakfast and we've got lunch, you know, or.
Oh, you're gonna be open during the day as
Well,
well.
what I'm saying is we've got kind of breakfast and lunch covered.
Mm.
We'd like to have a little bit of evening and weekend and experience. We want an atmosphere. But that's all just pretty stuff aside. This is actually, the investment that the grant does, the structural, all the things, and, it's unsuccessful to do one without the other. And so I think we're together for such a time as this.
The 25% or 83,000, where's that coming from?
Me.
All her.
Coming from you. There was 2 or 3 of us went through that building when there was another potential project, probably 2 years ago, or 2 years and 2.5. That west wall, you get up about 10 feet, which would be, the top of that's definitely moved.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell that more from the inside wall, up about 8 or 10 feet where there's a crack.
Mm-hmm.
And the engineers, I'm sure, will discover that. I'm kind of curious how they can build and support that without moving anymore. Because that's totally beyond any of us. May have been all 4 or 5 of us went through it that one day, I don't recall.
Yeah.
But it's got some things that needs a lot of work on it.
But that's part of the grant, I mean, part of the grant is structural.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You used the word structural 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a win-win-win. You take a building that's empty and you do something with it. You quite possibly supply a few jobs. I don't know how many jobs she's planning on having there, but it's gonna take people to work there. And you're getting grant money that somebody else would've got, because that's the way these work. It's going somewhere, whether you like the HUD money or not, the federal money, somebody's gonna spend it, so it might as well be right here in your town.
So today, do you need a motion to, do you just need a letter of support?
It would just be, I think it would be a motion for the county to act as grantee for her CDBG application. And then when I come back for the public hearing has to be published in the paper. We've got to go through, there's like a certain period that it's got to go through, and I'll come back and there will be some paperwork to sign. It's not a whole lot. I'll run all of that through Wade before the meeting. That way he's got his eyeballs on it. And then the thing that I always say, and I can hear my mom's voice in the back of my head every time I say this, there should be a little bit of a level of comfort knowing that all of the cities and counties throughout the state go through this program every year. But I always hear my mom saying, if everybody else is doing it, are you going to jump off a cliff too? But I think there's a little bit of comfort. I mean, we've walked somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 different people, 80 different cities and counties through the CDBG program in different years and different programs, without any major mishaps. So it's out there, and it's a really good program to take advantage of as long as you have a good project and a good project team.
Can you repeat that move to act as CD?
Act as the grantee.
As the grantee.
For a CDBG commercial rehab application.
I just seen the sign up, there's a Mexican restaurant on the side across the border.
Great.
Well, Danielle, what I like about this grant program is, just for lack of better terms, you're gonna put skin in the game. And that
You are.
tells us
You are,
how
because-
serious you are about this project, you know, where some of these things are, give them all the money and they don't know what's gonna happen.
That's
but
what I like about it. Is
You're
it sounds like
brave.
the grant money is going to go to support the integrity of the building, and you're putting a lot, that's where she's putting a lot more money.
Yeah,
I mean, that's-
worst case scenario, it fails and you've got a really good building that's been
Right.
fixed up, so.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, like that.
everybody benefits.
Yeah, everybody benefits.
Good deal.
Move to act as grantee for CDBG, commercial rehab application.
Also move.
Moved by Hugutin. I'll second. Second by Meeks. Any discussion? Hear none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Great, thank you all.
Yay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
First
Hey.
step, good luck there.
I feel like we should do like a spirit line, maybe you should run through and give some high fives or something, thank y'all.
Good luck to you. Good luck.
Oh, yeah, here we
Thank you.
go.
Good luck to
Thank
you.
you.
Good luck, Danielle.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's gonna be fun. I'm
Oh,
sure.
I need a little more color for this there.
And we'll be getting started
Teamwork.
right away. You all you meet every Monday, right? Yeah. So we may do the public hearing in 2 weeks, just so we can keep it going.
Memorial Weekend, it'll be on a Tuesday though,
Great,
if it's that.
okay, that's great. I'll be in touch with, Angie and Wade both real quick.
Okay.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your
Take
fun
care.
day Monday.
You too. Take care.
So Kenny came in and dropped off a packet and said he didn't know if it had been communicated. I thought it had, that Ryan wasn't gonna be able to make it.
No, she did not inform me. So, take that.
No road bridge. Well,
That worked out.
They
Yeah.
brought some special issues.
oh, okay.
But it did work out, you're right.
Okay, he didn't have any issues. I thought he had something.
Yeah, we need to report to the landfill.
Okay, we are, we are done with our schedule, I guess.
Do you want anything to check?
Oh,
So we can start the process.
okay.
Question, question.
We'll do some checks and vouchers. Wade, do you have, stuff for us before noon? Well, actually, we gotta be back here at 12:30 for the work session, so if we can break for lunch, we'll probably break 11:30, 11:45.
So, I've got a few things, which I know excites you, but I waited for you to be back.
I appreciate it.
We couldn't wait.
And
What,
if we have to work through it, we have to work through it.
one update, no, I won't cut into lunch. One update, the HVAC project, where option 1, 2, and 3, if you recall that,
I just had one there.
Pardon
the,
Yeah, it's just,
Okay.
Modern Air, they were here, they were able to get the copper to aluminum weld to hold, and the new compressors are not here yet, but the bill is gonna be significantly less than what the options contemplated. So, moving forward in that fashion, probably actually save quite a bit of money.
roll the dice.
Right, I mean, with, sometimes with great risk comes great reward, is the best way to put it. Number 2, I think Angie has the River City contract that needs to be,
Just a couple copies real quick.
Okay. So, if you recall, several weeks ago, Joe Seymour was here, talked about the maximum guaranteed price on that one sheet of paper, and then the decision was made to go with 6-inch instead of 4-inch, which added $20,000. So the $20,000 was added to the guaranteed maximum price, which took it to $570 and some change. Then a contract came in and it was signed, except for the guaranteed maximum price. And actually, this is, there should be another one too. And it's the longer of the,
Oh, is it this one here? That one here.
this.
Okay, so I'm gonna make copies of that one. Pictures.
No, there's one that came in after that. Because it should be 707.
Okay.
Because that's what was agreed to. So if, in summary, the contract that needs to be signed, there was a little discrepancy in the amount because once you added the 20,000 to the guaranteed maximum price, our figures added it to the total. However, on their end, their insurance rate is based off of what the total figure is, so it tweaked it, but I talked to them and said the commission agreed to the 507 figure, not the 508, so they revised and that's the contract that needs to be signed. So,
Because their bonding changed because of the added money.
but they weren't gonna ask that anything be redone because 507 and 508, but they had to have that figure to move forward with some sort of documentation and process on their end. I said what was agreed to was the 507, so as far as I'm concerned, that's what you need to go with, and they said that was fine. So that document that Angie has actually has the 508.
Yeah.
I can go and print off the one that says 507.
I think he must have sent it back to you because I'm not seeing it.
I thought we were all
I thought we
copied on
were
it,
too, but I looked for Gabe and Warren.
Okay. We just need to get it signed and done so we can get it back to them because they need it. So I will need a couple of 10-minute executive sessions. If you want to do that now, I don't know if you need a break.
We can hit the bathroom on the way down.
So first executive session is myself and the board, and it will be to discuss, legal issues involving potential litigation involving individual taxes of a county resident.
Oh, county what?
County resident.
Okay.
Also move.
Moved by Meats.
Second.
Seconded by Hughenden. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. We'll enter executive session at 11:09 for 10 minutes. Walk fast.
Sorry.
You're
you
fine,
guys come in
Becky.
and do your meeting. I didn't mean to, hey. Danger, danger. Morning, morning.
Just a new form for me to fill out.
Okay, that's your insurance, like, I think either what you currently have, or you need to mark what you want. Because they did not automatically fill these out, so you will need to say what you want. And if you want to go to a meeting, we have some this afternoon or tomorrow, which I know you won't be able to do it today probably, but tomorrow there are meetings, so. And if you have questions and you want to call benefits management directly, you can. We can look it up with you.
I just want to keep it the same.
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
Oh, you can do that?
Mhm.
Perfect. All right, no action taken last executive session, right?
Correct.
Next.
Another 10-minute executive session, myself, the board. This is to discuss non-elected personnel and individual employee performance.
I will move.
I'll second.
Moved by Knight, second by McCurry, 10-minute executive session, the board and Wade Bowie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. We will enter at 11:24, 11:25 for 10 minutes. They know when it turns into two, so I gave next.
Started.
If they adjourn, it won't matter.
Last executive session, no action taken. We want to finish signing this stuff and roll to lunch? Is that what we're doing?
Those came from that direction, so
Okay.
they're all signed separate checks.
So Angie, am I reading, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
Am I reading this form right? This is printed for me, and if it says, you know, if I wanna just keep the same,
Right,
each
just
one of
mark
these
this is-
categories with all I need to do.
Yeah, you just mark, keep the same under there. I think there's a check mark. Tom,
Yeah.
if I pointed out to you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
on each one of these pages, I guess.
Yeah.
Highway employee only, and then on this page,
Okay, okay. How soon do you need this back?
I think by the end of this week.
Okay, I just thought I might
Or
call CC
Monday.
and ask her. I don't think we need to make any changes,
Okay.
but
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
All the spaces on top are not, there's a lot of blank ones, we don't have to fill them out again, do we?
No. Or, Tom, you want to keep the same on this one, or you want to change to the 1,000?
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm not sure if you have the 1,000, you might, but
I'll just keep it.
whatever it is, and then we can scratch that.
Well, I just had to sign up, turn 65 for Medicare, so I'm not sure how all that works. I've gotta do some exploration.
Do we have to sign anywhere if we're just keeping everything the same?
Very back page.
Turn these two back. Well, maybe both of them.
Well, there's a signature here too.
Oh, no, that's waiver.
That's a dependence, and
Yeah,
there's a
don't sign
waiver.
with the waiver, just sign.
Very back page, right?
Okay.
5/8.
And that is the last one.
You say don't sign on the waiver?
Right.
Don't
This-
sign the
back
waiver
page,
part,
yeah.
unless you don't want the insurance.
Oh, right.
If you're waiving it, sign it, but otherwise
I'm
sign the
reading that.
back page, I think it is.
The only thing that I've got is the,
Keep it same. There's a box to say keep it
yeah,
same.
yeah.
I guess we can sign that, rest of that. That paperwork need to be signed? Does that gotta go that way?
Let's go that way.
That's gotta go that way.
Okay, this isn't the one we passed.
That went that way.
Do that, and then we'll break for lunch, as we get all that signed. How long was the meeting last Monday?
Which meeting? This one?
I don't remember.
About 45 minutes. About 45 minutes. Yeah, I didn't even see what time they adjourned.
I can't remember now. That's 46.
And you guys had to come back Friday? You had to come back Friday, didn't you?
Not last week.
Not last week. That was the week before.
Yes.
That's right.
There's some in
Really?
Twister.
I'm gonna come back early from that.
Probably.
Or just be older.
No, I'll probably come back early.
Well,
Will a copy be mailed, or you want me to save a stop and take a copy?
So I didn't see him.
You can take a copy. He told me, I gave him a copy after he signed it.
Okay.
He said he didn't want anything else, but if you wanna take a copy, we'll sign it.
No big deal. I'll take it, just to. Humor him, I guess. Did I sign that one? Hey, Dawn, did I sign that page?
Which page?
The page you just signed?
Nope.
Nope. Thought I seen it open.
While those are being signed,
Okay.
the green books are all the county-owned properties. I believe there are 31 different properties that are contained within this book. Should be a GIS map depicting the property, and then right behind that, the documentation that's found on the county website. That way, just so you're aware, there are some parcels of property that are just small little slivers that are isolated and out in the middle of nowhere.
I've seen those, and it's like, I'm going to get a hold of the landowner and
Yeah, I don't know
say,
why.
hey, you want this?
Can that be done?
I think there's a process where you can, adjacent property that
It's all losing.
Really has no useful benefit, even if you put it up for sale, no one's gonna buy a
No, I've got.
small little triangle in the middle of nowhere, so to come up with an arrangement with an adjacent landowner who, at least that way it gets on the tax rolls. And the
Yeah.
county probably acquired it through tax sale or some other mechanism.
It didn't say though either,
What's that?
how we acquired it, it doesn't.
Well, we can go back and probably get the deed.
Right, but I mean, not that it matters, just.
Yeah.
Right.
And all the thanks needs to go to Kara Mays in the appraiser's office. I went and asked her, she put this together, and within 24 hours, she had these booklets together.
It's pretty impressive.
Very nice, very nice books. Everything signed. We will recess until 12:30
At 11:44.
at 11:44. Flip switch. Yep, on our own property. All right, we're back. Work session. Yeah, Jim.
Are you it for the day, Karen? They abandoned you?
I am.
Okay.
Well, I thought there was I met with Bobby and Matt Thompson on Friday,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought there was a shift to today's agenda item.
Oh, nobody informed me.
I haven't seen
So,
it.
if I may.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, I figured, school,
USG 244.
yeah, Craig Marshall was gonna be here as well.
Okay. So, on.
I just assumed Craig would be
on
here.
to do it.
Yeah, I said if I got a confirmation from him.
You
that he
didn't,
would
or
be
did?
here, that he would be here.
Maybe a quick phone call.
Well, we were going to stop by USD 244 to look at the welding facility. So, so Bobby and Matt Thompson came to the campus on Friday and talked about some different opportunities related to USD 245 and the possibility of a bond. It was my understanding. Hey, Chris, I did.
I wasn't expecting, but it's good to see you.
No, thank you. So,
She don't feel abandoned now.
right.
Hi, Andy.
Thank you.
We thought maybe you forgot, sorry.
No, I was supposed to stop by the welding facility and visit with Craig, and so I do know that. Well, once we had the conversation on Friday, I'm just going to tell you what it was my understanding, which is why I shared with my folks. They may not need to come today, and which is why I also then rescheduled, I hope, with Craig. So, I don't know what I'm supposed to say or not say, so I'm just going to tell you what it is. It was in discussion of a bond in January of, I guess, 2024, related to the potential of USD 245 and what kind of opportunities the Tech College and USD 245 and the opportunity to potentially add the Tech College to the bond request that might go out to the public on behalf with USD 245.
245 is SEC.
What's
Illegal.
SEC?
That's what she's talking about.
Define for me SEC.
Southern Coffee County.
Yes,
With Leroy.
it sure is.
Now, that's a proposal, I don't know that that's.
So I'm just sharing that it was my understanding, and so I apologize. I don't really know what to do other than to share with you all that it was my understanding that we might go into executive session at a certain point and talk about some different things related to a shift in the direction. So what I'll share is, as I shared with Bobby, there's no way the college would see sustainable operations in something at 245, as well as a potential Walmart facility, and then also Beto Junction. And so it's not like we can just throw these facilities everywhere and what that would look like, and that we need to, so my explanation to Bobby subsequently was, if something happens in Southern Coffee County, there is, we would not be able to sustain any kind of operation at the Walmart facility. So this was what I was under, I thought, based on the conversation last week, as to why some things got shifted around today. So, and the other side to that is, which we've had all along, we have a board meeting tonight that starts at 4 o'clock and going into an executive session. It's our first reading of the budget. And so we were also not going to be able to stick around until stay until 3 o'clock for some of the substantive of some of this. So I apologize. I'm just giving you everything that I feel like I know to this point, in conversation with Bobby on Friday, and Matt Thompson.
I guess I'm just gonna throw it out there. A conversation with Bobby Skipper is not a conversation with us.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned.
Fair enough.
And, it was my understanding that you would come here and we'd have further discussion about getting your feet on the ground in Coffee County sooner as opposed to later.
It was.
That's why the Walmart discussion was coming up. That's why they maybe check with Craig about the welding facility at the high school and see how that would maybe fit into your works.
It is. It seems to me
this
that
is the first we're aware of any sort of bond issue, any sort of anything for that fact.
There's not one yet.
Or
No,
the
there's not.
245, I'm not sure where that came in at.
So
there's not.
okay. Well, I extend to you my sincerest apologies. I
No,
agree
you
with
don't
what
have to
you're
apologize.
saying, and I respect that and understand it. So I came here today under what I thought was a shift in the agenda based on, which again, my deepest apologies. I respect that. And I can't do anything other than say I'm deeply apologetic about the past 72 hours conversation.
The bond issue would be years down the road. And like I said, I thought my goal was to get your feet on the ground sooner as opposed to later in Coffee County.
I agree with that, and I understand that, and I respect it, and that's what I thought it was as well. And I apologize based on additional conversations. So
No, you're fine.
I'm kind of,
hopefully I don't come off too gruff here, but
I mean, you are reacting in the appropriate framework based on what information it now seems like I had and others may not have had.
So, yeah, and this was also on the welding truck.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
Correct.
So now the welding truck's gone,
Well,
and Walmart's gone, and
that's what I've been told.
talking to Craig's gone.
No, not at all.
not.
No.
Absolutely
That
not.
was just simply because of our own board meeting today and an executive session being added to that, we now have a time crunch.
Okay.
And so the conversation, I have been with our executive team all morning in getting some different things ready for our executive session with the board, because we had some different things with state within the past week that has happened. So we're just finalizing some of that.
Okay.
So we had some things taken away from that we might historically have, and some different. So I would say that the conversation with USD 244 is absolutely not off the table. I am responding to what I was told today would be coming. So it is.
I think, too quick.
I don't know. I'm very sorry. I don't know what to say other than.
Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong.
So
This isn't her doing.
I know.
I mean, I don't mean that against you, Tom, I just mean, I'm on
I'm-
a committee.
I'm sorry,
I don't know
go
what
ahead,
I'm
I'm sorry.
talking about.
Excuse me.
Well, I'm on the site council for the building committee for 245, and kind of put me on the spot, but I don't think anywhere near trying to float a bond. They're having meetings, of this committee to try to see if it's feasible to try to recommend to the board what they should do.
Does this committee meet next Monday night?
Oh, Probably.
The 15th?
Yeah, it
I'm
does.
supposed to be at that. I've been
Okay.
invited to attend that. So
I don't.
Gentlemen, I am deeply apologetic. I
No,
am very sorry for what feels like to me was somewhat of a, I'm sorry.
Well,
I
it's
hope
not, you're,
this is not.
what you're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're okay, I can stand up here with you,
Please,
okay.
I would appreciate that.
Couple things that Karen, and I hope I'm not saying
Please.
speaking out of line, but a
Clearly,
couple of things
I'm-
we've talked about is, number one, just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, Karen shared with me the possibility of a construction type program that could be revitalized through Flint Hills Technical College, and that would be really of interest to us, because if that could be some sort of program where we could maybe build a house a year or 2 houses a year here in Coffee County, Burlington, that'd be awesome. Burlington, Coffee County, I mean, I'd love to have a shop class where we put a slab of concrete at Burlington High School, build it on site, and then move it, transport it onto either a foundation slab or a basement slab of some sort. Or if the proximity is close enough where you can go like a mile or so, or a half a mile, and build on site, that'd be terrific. But we have to find a teacher. We think we have an industrial tech teacher now hired. And if that's some sort of partnership or relationship workforce scenario can happen with Karen, that would be terrific. We want to work with Flint Hills because we have had such great success sending our kids over. 6 years ago, we had 2 kids, 3 kids going, and now we got 20-some kids either going to Garnett or to Emporia now, and that's what we want. So we want that partnership and relationship to continue, and with whatever direction that might happen. The welding is the other option. We have a welding shop, and it's nice. We're actually looking. We're going to talk about. We've already talked about it last month with my board members, and we are also going to talk about it tonight at our board meeting in movement forward with some. I'm going to say some significant improvements out there. It's time for that shop to be improved upon, added on, so on and so forth. But we have the facility there that could be used like in evening classes from 3:10 when we're done at the high school to 8 o'clock at night or whatever the case might be. And we create some sort of partnership there with Karen. That makes sense because they have a waiting list for their welding program. And we need welders in the workforce. So if we could do something like that, a 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock scenario, you get the idea, with her instructors, and they are doing welding, and we come up with some sort of financial agreement to help out with, like, say, materials and equipment and things like that. We're all in for that. Our board's in for that. Our board's into Flint Hills Technical College and anything we can do. So those are the 2 discussion pieces. The housing piece, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, but from one of the previous conversations we've had, you did have a program before, but the program was not, you didn't get completers. Because what was happening was the kids that were getting into this program, they were working like 4, 5, 6 months, and then there were other contractors stealing those kids in the program, saying, "Hey, come and join us," and they were paying them. So Karen gets paid through Flint Hills Technical College for people that are completing the program, and those kids weren't completing the program because they were getting hired off by the contractors.
So to add to all that, correct. So the model that I had shared with Craig is an academy model. That the student goes through an academy model and completes an Associate of Applied Science while at the same time finishing the high school requirements. And then that model, the contractors want the students to finish at that point. They do not want the students, obviously, to come out of the program. So it's that win-win to where the contractor has a student who has 2 years of experience. The college has the completion requirement through the federal government, and then the community gets people who are then skilled and are knowledgeable related to the OSHA and the small power tool and measurements and reading tape measures and different things like that. So that is absolutely something we would have that interested in pursuing and looking further into. In relation to the welding, which again, I would agree, it's what I thought we were all here for, and then adjusted, and my apologies, lesson learned on my part.
Sure do.
And with the welding, however, with something like that, and the idea of an expansion, we could help pay for some of the equipment or whatever that might look like. So that could be something where we could come in on that kind of a partnership with that and try to get some of that equipment through Perkins. You all have secondary Perkins, we would have the post-secondary Perkins, working with the state on some of that. So those are certainly much more substantive and seemingly much more concrete planning than what I thought we were here to talk about today. And I cannot, I'm egg on my face.
And Carl, real quick, for Karen's, because again, she knows, I know what she's talking about, she knows what she's talking about, but Carl Perkins funding through career and technical education is money that we get through the state that we can apply to career and technical education. So when she's talking about Perkins, Carl Perkins, the grant, the money that we get from the state.
So how active is your welding department now? I mean, do you have?
Yeah, we've got a number of kids in the FFA type programs, the welding type programs, animal science, we have a pretty good program, an excellent teacher, Julie Carden, does a wonderful job. She gets in there, she can outweld all the guys, I mean, she's awesome. But anyway, what that could look like for us, though, again, is twofold. One, who knows, maybe some people that in our community that are out of high school want to go back and try to get a welding certification of some sort. That benefits people in the county. They may not have to go quite as far as Emporia. Benefits Flint Hills Technical College because they're already full with their welding program. So to me, this is it's a win-win, and our board is very much in favor of anything we can do partnership-wise. And Karen and I, we can work out the details. We can work out the particulars. I have the financial piece. We can make it happen. So.
Well, that was always my thinking. Is I always heard that Burlington had a great welding school or program.
Yeah.
And that's been a while back. I haven't heard a whole lot, but I didn't know because I heard maybe the instructor, for the older instructor retired, so I didn't know where it went after that. And so that was when she come down and they was talking about a welding place. The first thing I said, I heard Burlington had an awesome welding facility.
And I reached out, and the intent was to visit that site today, and so Craig's saying, we're looking at it, maybe doing a remodel or adding on to it. If it goes to an add-on type scenario, would it be something that would be enough to move 8 to 5 and then an evening, 8 to 4, a day class, then an evening class? If everything gets worked out, or do you need to expand it just for your own students?
I would say, the intent for us and what we're doing is specifically for our programs. But again, if it can benefit, like in an after-hours situation through Flint Hills Technical College, we're in favor of that. Because again, the more it's utilized, the more people that can benefit. It's just better for everybody. So most likely, I'm not saying it wouldn't be like a concurrence type scenario during the day with, I'm going to say, Flint Hills instructors and our instructor maybe working together. It's possible, you just have to work out the planning piece of this, depending upon when the shop is open and available. But my original thought would be like a 3:10 to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock type program. But hey, we'll sit down and we can look at the details and schedules and so on and so forth. Because there might be 2 or 3 times during the day where that welding shop's not being used. It may be classroom type work with animal science instead of welding. Does that open up time for classes to happen during the daytime hours? So, yeah.
Or alternate days, maybe too.
Could be.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, whatever.
Go ahead, I'll let you.
But, yeah, that was my first thing. I mean, gosh, why try to reinvent the wheel when Burlington already has a facility that, I haven't seen.
Yes, we reached back out. We did have it scheduled for today because of my own miscue.
I think we assumed that your welding facility was empty or not being used.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
All right. So
now,
that changes the scope.
That would be the
Do you need daytime usage or to where the welding truck would be the advantage, or
it would.
Walmart
The thing,
building would
and
be
I
an
think
advantage or whatever?
this would be certainly the conversation, the planning piece. It is obviously the morning and the afternoon that are packed. our evening section, when I say evening, it goes 4 to 7. Okay, so the evening has enrollment, but not certainly like the morning. But the other side to that, again, and I'm speaking out of, I already got egg in my face, we're gonna throw more.
We all got egg
So,
on our face, right? Yeah.
looking at his teacher's credentials and what those skills are, we may be able to do that dual credit, dual enrollment, where maybe the students could get college credit for some of that. And that would certainly influence some of those enrollment opportunities.
Right.
What we're seeing right now, because the job market, technical colleges as a general rule, our enrollments skyrocket when the economy tanks. So we're inverse to what? So if it's a really strong economy, enrollments decrease. Our stronger enrollments right now are high school students with Excel and CTE funding through the state. And so we don't have, the college doesn't have, and this is universities, the community colleges, our post-secondary, 19, 20, 21, 22-year-old students have decreased right now because our economy is so high. So when you see our enrollment skyrocketing, it's because we have so many students in the school districts taking advantage of Excel and CTE funding through the state, because they get then reduced tuition rates, and then they still get their college credit. This is something I think we could, that's where this planning piece comes in, and I certainly don't want to step out of bounds, but I think when we were initially discussing 2 years ago, a year and a half, 18, 24 months ago, when we were initially discussing Flint Hills having a presence, I know that there was some anxiety with some of the teachers with USD 244 because they felt like their jobs were in jeopardy. And we really tried to clarify that there was not any risk of that whatsoever. That was not any intent, that we were simply wanting to serve what that need might be. Was it post-secondary, 19, 20, 21-year-old students, the adult students, 34, 35-year-olds who wants to get some skills, additional and upskill? And then were there opportunities where we could work with the high school teachers, those CTE teachers, to try to see what we might be able to get out of that. Then CHIPS happened and everything derailed, and I think we've come full circle back to those initial conversations. And so I let Shiny Penny, I guess, distract my vision, and so I apologize for that in what I thought was a change that was being made. I cannot express my apologies deeply enough to you all.
So the other talk that has been since I've been sitting in here is a nursing
Sure, yes,
side
sir.
as well.
Yep.
My assumption would that be a whole different facility. The school doesn't have the room for that, I'm guessing, so.
I would agree, yes.
So, in response to
Fire
that, I would say that the welding and the nursing
Right.
would be our strongest opportunities for enrollment and sustainable enrollment. The nursing, and this has been probably 6 or 9 months ago, so please and it's not been revisited at that time. There were early conversations with the hospital here and with the director of the county health director, where probably 5 or 6, 8 of us met at Crosswinds in Emporia and talked about the opportunities for bringing nursing, but it would be possibly in partnership with the hospital. And if there was a facility or a space or a building near the hospital that could be rented or something such as that, then maybe we could look at that to bring in the nursing program next to the hospital because of the kinds of clinicals and the health department. And so the kinds of clinicals then. So that was a separate conversation, but I would agree it would not be in alignment with a facility with a high school. I think in a partnership with the hospital would be one of the stronger tracks for us to consider for that.
So we've discussed the welding and the nursing side. What about the CHIPS area? I mean, I know this is all down the road.
Yep.
So let's just say in a perfect world, you team up with the school, the welding's rolling. You get something going with the nursing side. What would be would it be, then would the Flint Hills be able to do something up there for the chip side as well?
Yes.
So I just wanna make sure we've
Yep.
got all of our bases.
So let me, yeah, certainly. So what we have anticipated and planned and established and started and worked with, Garrett Nordstrom with, in that, and the facilities operations would be, if it's a two-story facility, for instance, our recommendation is to put the labs on the lower level of the facility and then offices on the upper level. So those labs might include some of the industrial engineering. It might include, it would have, let me back up a little bit. In conversations with higher education institutions who already have semiconductor manufacturing technology programs. Those programs have shared that on the academic side, it is not necessarily a semiconductor program. The employers want the semiconductor program, but who the employers actually hire are electrical technicians, industrial engineering, equipment technicians. The thing that we would probably have to add to our current industrial engineering that already works with pneumatics and programmable logic control trainers would be vacuum operations. And so that is something we're looking at. That would be something that would be part of that. We would probably more than likely also bring in the early childhood program and have that have space there, as well as possibly then, depending on, in the event nursing came in, the dental programming. Would there be, because we're also looking at the wraparound services of child care, health services. We have an emergency medical services program, EMS program. Maybe it would be that program, different things like that. So for sure, we have the idea of either industrial engineering, early childhood, and then depending on how we adjust the semiconductor, what we're thinking is year one, industrial engineering is uniform, but then there might be a track, because that's obviously the last thing we need to do is put in a whole new program, and then everybody goes to an existing program, and we have to close it down, similar to what Craig was sharing about the construction program. And so we're thinking about making that simply a year two track, that the students that would want to go to that could go into a year two track, that they'd already have that foundation in equipment, processing, and some electrical, and some of that. So that is certainly in the works and already what is being considered and planned for with the CHIPS discussion, process, facility, location.
And that facility would be up in that area there?
Yes, sir. From what I understand, early conversations, and I've not heard anything alternatively, is that it would be maybe outside the gate, but part of the greater campus.
Well, all this discussion, I'm sorry, but I gotta go back to why I thought we were gathering today. And I thought we were gathering today to see about getting Flint Hills OTEX feet on the ground here sooner as opposed to later. Everything we've talked about so far, the CHIPS, bond issues for Southern Coffee County, and all that's years down the road. A few years down the road,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6. Is
And
that soon enough for you to be
Yep.
on the ground now?
No, I don't think it's soon enough for our communities in this county, personally. And I would humbly request, that we be able to, maybe in another work session, be able to present that material to you in alignment with what Craig and I have shared with you today.
See, and that's what I thought today was gonna be. You were coming, when we know that your facility is being used at the school, what would it look like at the Walmart building? Is that suitable for you? What programs could you do there that's together to assist you getting on the ground here sooner as opposed to later?
And that
Like I say,
conversation
all the
related-
other conversations are years down the road.
That Walmart conversation was related to welding and potential of industrial engineering. There would have to be potentially a wall put up. We had already mapped it out to where the faculty offices would be. Again, that was all hit the pause button. So to that point, that is there. I think we have to figure out if it's going to be, I don't see how welding could be at both places. If it's a better opportunity for working with the high school, I think that's part of that conversation. And again, I tabled some of that, so that's, I take full responsibility
And
for
also,
that.
I'll throw out this as a possibility too. You talk about sooner than later. I'm, you know me, I'm kind of a doer. It's just the way I operate. I want to do,
I'm here to
if
help
it makes
you.
sense. If it makes sense, let's do it. If it makes sense, if it helps, helps us. So I'm thinking in terms, do we look at something even, I know this would be short term, but the summer, because our facility is open in the summer. Do we get going with something summer? Does that relieve the stress on your facility there with numbers?
We actually don't, our faculty are on 9-month contracts.
Okay.
They elect to, I mean, that doesn't mean they
But
couldn't
that may-
do it,
yeah.
but that would certainly be a way to start
So
that
we could,
and see
yeah.
what that interest level is to gauge that.
And
We could certainly do that.
if, for example, our teacher, I don't know what Julie's credentials are, but Julie Carden might be able to even be an instructor if she doesn't have the instructor. But let's make it happen, let's make it happen.
We can do that.
If we can, if at all possible.
Right, yeah, there's no sense in spending whatever they want for the Walmart building and then turn around and have to go in and revamp it, and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars when it can be in conjunction with the school.
And when I originally came to you all and asked about that truck, it was that opportunity that come July 1, we could start at least doing some.
Mhm.
I was not aware at the time, it was through our conversation that you all
Right.
shared with us, I was I'm like, Craig, I hear this is what you got, can I come see it?
Right.
So all of that was put in place. If this is a better model for us, it is absolutely the better way to go. And if we could try something this summer and see how that, just gauge that. The thing about summer, and maybe it would work a lot better here, it's very difficult to get people to come in the summer because they're either vacations and just kids are out of school. There's just a lot of different variables. But that does not mean we could not try, maybe even in the early part of the fall semester, a 4 to 7, like that, like after that 4 to 7 thing, and start looking at that. I do think that once
Could
we
be a-
sit down.
Could be a Saturday type
Right.
thing too, as a possibility. I mean,
Right.
probably not Sunday, but maybe
We-
it's a Saturday morning and afternoon, one day a week. I mean,
And we-
I don't know what all.
And that's where I think some of the short term, is this something maybe just a full day, or maybe a 4 weekends, and what would that look like? And then what kind of welding credential would that person gain after that short term? So, again,
Your welding classes at your VOTEC, are they 4 hours? I mean, are they 4-hour increments? Is that morning and
pretty
noon?
much, they go about
Morning
3
and-
hours.
3 hours.
Yeah, they go about 3 hours, and that's just kind of critical to the delivery of that
Sure,
kind
because
of.
of the high school students, right.
Well, and it's that, but then also, because they're in a little bit of working with the faculty, but then to get on the equipment and to kind of go through
Right.
safety protocols, if we were to have 50-minute or 1 hour, yeah. So we need those longer blocks of time for this kind of.
This would be a better fit for you
Academic.
than the truck. I guess the last time you were
so.
here, you were talking about a mobile truck.
I think so.
But this would be a better fit. I mean, if you could make it work, this would be a better fit for.
I think we could serve more people.
Okay.
So,
Right.
absolutely.
We have multiple
Right?
we'll have multiple
Exactly.
welding booths there at the high
Right,
school
that's,
versus one
for
truck.
me, that's the most critical
Sure.
part, is we're gonna be able to serve more people,
More
which was
people.
one of your questions you all asked was, is that only 1 or 2 people,
Right.
right? And so, yes, so with that, I'm gonna backpedal a little bit. I'm not real sure where that total is because if you all recall, we received $500,000. It's a 1-to-1 match, so we can get up to $500,000 donated. I'm not real sure where we're at on that, maybe it's 250 or 300. Does that mean that other 200,000, we can direct those funds possibly to expansion with some of that equipment? I don't know what our funds are that we have left. I believe we have through June of '24 to expend them, but I am not sure. I have to follow up with our finance person. But that redirects us to, if you all are already thinking about that expansion, that's where we can look into some of that with whatever we have left, and then part of that match could be.
If you could put something together for for the summer months, which is 3 months or somewhere close to it, and see how well the welding class would go out there. To me, that sets a precedent for what you could do a little bit later. Give you a good idea where you may be able to expand to.
Sure.
It might be short term, it might be hard to find the short,
This early,
for a
I
short
mean.
That's what I would have concerns
If this were
on. For
March,
summer,
maybe.
yes, for
but-
summer.
We're already May, we only got 2 weeks
I
left
know,
of school.
exactly. So this
June,
would have to be I guess
yeah.
this would have to be a conversation for Karen with her.
Yeah.
I would say her
Yeah.
welding staff and maybe her, person that's maybe a registrar and enrollment person
Right,
and just kind of
scheduling and
see, yeah.
probably what I would work with would be our non-credit person maybe, just see if we could get some short-term training set up. That would
Yeah.
probably be the better option because of people's schedules in the summer and how difficult it is. We can hardly keep enrollment in the summer because people are either working full-time or they're traveling, doing family vacations and going to all the kids' games and different things like that. So the summer, June and July are very, very difficult to actually, that's where I think we would have success with short-term training and maybe a one-day afternoon or maybe a 3-day, some 3 mornings and be done with it kind of thing. So I do appreciate that. That was not, when I was here last time. Yeah, I think we could probably get something up and going pretty quickly on that. And I would love to have that conversation with your
Talking about June 1st, I mean, that's here tomorrow, so.
Exactly.
You're exactly right.
A little bit late to kind of put a program
Correct.
totally.
But
together.
maybe it's a it's a month of July program.
Yep.
I mean, that, it buys us an extra month.
It'd just be a month and a half there, because you're gonna start school the
Correct.
20th of August, probably.
But again, if that, the trades, guys, you try to find somebody, a carpenter, a plumber, an electrician, a welder.
Yeah.
The more we can do to benefit what's going on in our trades programs, that's important. That is important.
Keeps our kids here too, keeps them from going
Yeah.
to a 4-year college somewhere else in some other state.
Exactly.
I haven't heard concrete finisher.
Well, well, throw in concrete guys too, because they're pretty valuable as well. I should
Gotta have the
have put them at
foundation
the top. I should have put them at the top, but Tom.
See what Tom's looking for, help.
But yeah, you're right, the tradespeople are, there's the amount of money that they can make per hour.
Oh, gosh,
This is where I think that academy model comes in as a great pilot for us to consider and look into, certainly. Yep.
Well, I was under the impression that you'd already looked at the school previously from last conversations several months ago, and so I didn't, and when you come in with the truck, I wanted to reiterate something about the school, and so.
Yeah, I
and
had
that's what sparked
no
it.
knowledge that was a
We're all
program.
good,
that
we're all
the high
getting
school
closer to
had.
being on the same page.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, good.
I would say
Right?
I would say sometime in the next week or so, if Karen can,
Yeah.
and this is gonna be, I say, it's like drinking water from a fire hydrant right now for us at the school system, because we're wrapping up the school year, but come Wednesday, we'll have the kids dismissed, then Thursday the teachers, and then it gets to be a different busy with the summer project. So I'm gonna say in the next week to 10 days, we need to probably have that meeting, and maybe even staff from her welding department come over to see what we have in our facility.
That would be critical. One or
So
two
I
of our
think-
faculty need to come over and see that and gauge that and assess that. I think that is one thing that I would want to make
Because
sure.
we're looking
Not-
at really.
They're the ones who need to see that, not.
We're looking at really, I mean, we have a really nice facility, but it's 44 years old. A lot of things as, I remember when I first got here 7 years ago, they said, oh, the new buildings out there, the high school and middle school, those are our new buildings, and they were built in '79. So you need improvements, and that our welding shop is 44 years old, so we're looking at an expansion. We're looking at like restrooms, locker rooms, additional shop work area, and storage, covered storage, enclosed storage, because you don't want to store metal out in the elements. It rusts. So anyway, so we're looking at a pretty significant improvement in expansion that will help us, but I think especially when we're done, it would help Flint Hills Technical College if they are a companion for us.
Our 15,000 square foot expansion, so that's our south campus that has the welding facility in it. That, I believe, was just over $3 million, but that's been 7 years ago. And that's just a steel
that's
building
red
and-
frame, yeah, steel building.
Yep, and
So is there enough room at your facility to keep the outer side looking the same? Is it two-story or single-story?
Yes, and single story, to the question,
I was
to your
gonna
two
say,
questions.
Person did a two-story, then you could have 2 floors.
It's possible, our thought process was to continue with a similar roof line and to go
That's what I was
main
afraid of.
level, but hey, yeah, who knows? Probably thinking single story and adding square footage on the main level.
and for those kinds of facilities and that programming, I mean, it has to have such ventilation and
Yeah.
those
That's one thing we really want to try to do is, we know our ventilation system 44 years ago is not probably where it needs to be now. We opened up the garage door, but that's not truly ventilation, because when the winter time hits, you can't really open up the garage door, so. But there are some things that like I said, we want to work on improvement wise.
So with
We'll get there.
with the Flint Hills facility, you guys, as well, prior to the welding, is more like a pipe fitter trait to fit and read blueprints and so on and so
Yes,
forth? And then you
there's
go,
some- yes.
after you get that done, then you kind of take that over into the welding side, build construction, pipe fitting, this and that angle, this angle. and so on.
So our program in its first year, it's primarily the booth welding and some of the blueprint reading and one of that. In the second year, they are moving to actual pipe fitting, and so they are moving out of the booth and into industry-related environments. They're gonna have trench welding, they're gonna have water weld, they will have, they'll have to put harnesses on and work sometime, yeah. So their second year is a significantly different experience in, from a booth environment that they learn in and get trained in, so, yeah.
So Craig, what do you have as far as welders? MIG, TIG, stick, MIG, TIG, arc?
You're asking the wrong person on that, honestly. I would have to, that is so far out of my realm.
I can at least
They
answer
weld
that.
it.
They weld.
Yes.
Yeah,
Put two
they
pieces of
will,
metal together and they weld it.
exactly.
I'm glad that- I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do not know, so, sorry.
Well, I mean, if you got TIG, MIG machines over there, the updating is what I was thinking about. You go with the big TIG, where you can weld a pop can together, or you can weld a 1/2-inch plate steel together, makes a big difference.
I do, but, well, I know our equipment's we're in pretty good shape with our equipment out there. Again, you can always improve on it and get better, but, I'd have to get more details.
So, your board meeting tonight
Yes, sir.
is going to shine a lot of light on your meeting today with Craig. After this, are you going over to look at?
Not today.
Not
Okay,
today, we're
okay.
rescheduling.
But very soon.
It was
Okay.
scheduled before.
As soon as
this
Karen can
meeting.
make it work, I'll make it work.
I can make it work back,
You
this
just
week.
check and see with your people.
Yeah,
So the
we can make it work.
financials that you're going over this evening with your board is going to probably shine a lot of light on what can be done elsewhere other than your facilities in Emporia, right?
The financials we're going over tonight are our annual budget that they will approve, from what was signed off by Governor Kelly.
Okay.
So it will identify capital outlay, it identifies, IT infrastructure, cybersecurity, the, tiered and non-tiered, what percentage we get of all that. So this is the state budget that we have, that we'll be talking about. Are we also talking about some other, incidentals? Certainly. This specific topic of the welding, I don't know that it, I didn't have it on the agenda because I didn't think we were at that point of being ready. Because if we were to say, for instance, $50,000 for a welding truck, then we would, that's already approved in the grant, in the bigger grant, so we wouldn't have to take that back to the board, because it's already an approved amount. So if there's different amounts, as long as they're wrapped in under this grant, we're not gonna have to have that approved at the board, because it's already approved at the grant and the state level. So it's already got those levels of approval. we would just put it through for the invoicing at any point that happens. So, if it's a revisit of the conversation related to what our funding is related to that $500,000 and those matches, that is a conversation we need to revisit. Because I do know that we did receive another, it's just a conversation we need to revisit.
You guys, not
internally,
us.
right, internally to see where that is and what that total is and what we want to still look at. Does that mean redirect some of that to Coffee County expansion? I'm all in. So we'll have to see what that looks like.
So there's a lot more facts that needs to be found out,
Yes, sir.
I guess.
I think we've got the facts. What I think we need to do is have the conversation with our like our staff and your staff. Like, I think we're now ready for
Yeah,
this
yeah.
conversation. And the two, like, coming
We need
back
an
over.
on-site visit.
Yeah, we need to come see that, have our faculty see that, what would be reasonable, have our Director of Economic Partnerships, the Workforce Development, come in and see, and it's like, could we do a Saturday, and what is the feasibility of that? And so, yes, that is to me our next questions we have, and what are some ways we can try to get this shored up through the summer, if not even probably August.
So one more question, I guess, for our board. You know, the hospital's sitting here getting rid of a piece of property over wherever it used to be a nursing home. Is there any way, shape, or form, maybe are we jumping the gun too fast to get rid of that piece of property? Could that possibly be the nursing?
They called us and asked us if we wanted that facility, and at that point we said no.
Okay.
Because it was, we didn't feel like it would have the enrollment draw, or that it would have a sustainable enrollment 3, 5, 7 years.
Okay.
Now, if
You think
Chip comes in,
Burlington's a bigger area, bigger
Burlington's
pool?
where I feel
Well,
like
it is centrally located. That's favored more to the northeast corner of the county. So you try to draw from your Ottawa area, your Ottawa, Pomona, from over there, which there's not that much population out there. I mean, Ottawa.
And those are not in our service area, so
Right.
those students might naturally attract to probably Neosho or Allen County.
Right.
But they may not, I don't know what those programs would
I'm
be.
just thinking, yeah, outside the box.
No,
If
no,
you
no,
do
wait.
something-
If
I thought about that, but then I think
that's
she
the
said something about
CNA.
the proximity to the hospital. I think that's important, that's an important step in.
Because the students have to do on-site,
Right.
clinicals, not
Right.
on-site, but like clinicals.
Sure.
And if they are within reason, if they're not having to drive another 45 minutes from their class site where they're having
Well-
clinicals, unless they live there. Now, if
Sure.
there are students who would live in Waverly, I think that would be a
No,
different
I thought about that too,
conversation.
Jess, but then I can understand what you're saying, and it's centrally located here in Burlington. It can draw from
all different directions.
all different directions. It's
Well,
not that I wouldn't like it in Waverly.
Right.
I mean, I think.
And we were in agreement, but it's just that
Yeah.
sustainability. I think it'd be great for 6 months, 9 months, and then it'd be like,
Yeah. So, I know there was talk previously when we set up this meeting, did anybody reach out to the Walmart building property owner?
Yes,
Okay. Anything?
it is firm at the
At the
original
number.
sales price.
It's not available now, Bobby, is it?
It is for
Is
sale.
it still available?
Yes, sir.
And then I also as well know there was talk about the, Armory.
The owner of the Armory is not willing to sell it.
So I'll apologize to you, Karen, if I came off,
Yeah.
grew up and
I would much
stiff,
rather-
but
No, no,
I
no.
thought our conversation today with Flint Hills, Bobby, was gonna be all about what it would look like at the Walmart building. Is there possibility of sharing a facility at the school and welding, those things and that, the other, and it felt like Karen and me and the rest of us, that Kane got kicked down the road over a grant or bonds or whatever for Southern Coffee County, and that our conversation got put off,
derail.
derailed.
Okay.
So I did make the statement that a conversation with Bobby Skipper isn't a conversation with us. So, again, if I
Oh, yeah.
came off gruff and rude, I did not mean to, because, again, I thought we were trying to get Flint Hills on the ground in Coffee
Let's-
County sooner as opposed to later.
Let's have this conversation. Let's see if our faculty can come down and look at the space. Let's, see what so those three things. This conversation, our faculty to review their facility as well, and I need to look and see what those funds are left and see where we're at. Let's get those answers. Maybe this can be, these three items we can have within the next 2 weeks, and then we can figure out that next step.
And then my other question, if the Walmart building is still even a thought of yours,
Well, I think this
reconfiguration of the building, is that needed? Can just cubicles be installed where you got?
Cubicles couldn't be installed if we're doing a welding kind of facility or industrial
Again-
engineering, we can't. If those are just office spaces, if there's one classroom in there that's like, okay, we're gonna put an IT at any time of the day, maybe it's a computer class, maybe it's a business class, maybe it's a composition, whatever class might be, which I think Allen County is kind of like, we defer the general education to Allen County for now. And so, but anything that would be under our programming area, that would be a lecture type space, yes, you could put some cubicles in there and that could probably get up and going much more quickly, but to actually have a sustainable program, I think having this conversation with the high school first.
Let's.
Yep.
I mean, on the welding side,
Yeah,
you're
but
talking
that's
about
what I'm
nursing
wondering
and
about
all
the
these
nursing.
other things.
I know, well, the additional space might be needed for those programs.
Or maybe
And
that's
that's a
not,
conversation I thought we were gonna have today.
maybe
Yep.
that's not economically feasible, maybe we're looking at too much money for the nursing program.
And-
If we bought that, if that building,
Right.
if you bought that.
Well,
building.
I think with that and that, while it might not happen the concern I think also would be what else would have to go in there, but does that rob Peter to pay Paul for a CHIPS? And are we going to set ourselves up and again, it's terrible timing
I
because
see
it's
your
like,
point.
what
Yeah.
serves us now, and then what's gonna happen in 3 years? Whatever that timeline is. I think we would have a draw for certain parts of southeast Kansas in this region, and would be a draw in that area. So what is that draw? How many is that? I don't know, but it would not be limited to exclusively a school district, right? So it would be a draw that would be beyond 2, 4, 3, 4, 4, or 4, 5. And so that's one thing that I think that we're trying to make sure folks have in mind is that we would not be limited. We would have a marketing draw for us in our intentional marketing to attract people from other areas. That would be kind of a, kind of this southeast quadrant suite, right?
Okay.
We don't want you to jeopardize the CHIPS.
Right? And so we have to be cautious, like knowing what those programs would be.
Right.
I think, the other side to it is, I think one thing again, just putting maybe we can think about this, maybe it becomes more of a short-term training center, where it is any program might be able to go in there. We're gonna do nursing, CNA, for this next 16 weeks, there's a CNA program. IT, we're gonna do a computer program on evenings on these 4 weeks. Maybe it's not actually college credit programming of a 1 or 2 year specific programming model. Maybe it is these short-term plumbing, right? Come in and do plumbing training. Come in and do maybe some HVAC. What does that look like in those entry level? So maybe it's more of somewhat of a workforce training center. And that wouldn't preclude, and I'm not, obviously Flint Hills Technical College, sincerest apologies about the misunderstanding for today, obviously we want to be your higher education provider in Coffee County. If we don't have a program and Allen County has it, maybe they offer the program in that space. It's not exclusively Flint Hills Tech, right? Maybe there's some general education courses that they might offer here and there. And maybe it becomes a higher ed space. K-State, KU wants to come in and do an evening education class. Maybe that's what that becomes, and it has a draw in that regard. So maybe it's something bigger than what we're talking about that it could convert into without having significant infrastructure renovations.
Well, I hope you get the feeling, I think we all support we wanna work with you in this,
Well,
however we can make this work.
I want to work with you all, and I deeply apologize for, so.
I came on.
We're good.
I'm sorry.
We're good.
All good.
So we'll get this set up, we'll check some of the other things, and we'll be in contact. And Jesse, are you the chair?
I'm the chairman, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Gotcha.
What are they currently
You make
asking?
sure I have Jesse's contact.
What are they currently
Right.
asking for Walmart building?
$350.
$350?
Yes, sir.
And they're firm on that,
Yes, sir.
I was just curious.
Well, once again, I mean, the can's still rolling down the road. But,
Well,
I mean, we've gotta get things hashed out and ironed out, and work sessions are the best way to do it.
I agree.
That way everybody's present and everybody's on the same page, and
We will take
each side hears
action.
it from the horse's mouth, each side, so.
We will take the action, I will double check some things. I will be able to email some of that information to you on what those next plans are, what some information is. And then, as the commission, I will defer to what you recommend as your next step.
I would, if you're gonna email something, I'd send it to Angie, that way she can send it to each and every one of the
And you can
commissioners.
make sure that we have each other's.
Yes,
emails.
I've got it right here, you can have it at my
Okay, I can reach out to you, thank you.
And I think I have a card.
Probably.
Oh, yeah, here you go. That's all.
Excellent, okay, thank you.
One of those fancy cards that I had made, that might be the.
You might have used one.
That might have been the UNO number one that I've handed out. I don't give them out to everybody.
If I may be excused, I'm gonna head back to Emporia and finish preparing for our board meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
It's gonna happen, we're gonna make it work, it's gonna be.
Yeah,
it'll work out.
All right. So,
One way or the other,
we're gonna do it.
yes.
All right.
I'll just wait to hear from you, Karen, thanks.
Very good, thank you
Yeah,
all.
safe
See you all
travels.
later, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need me for anything more?
Not unless you got anything,
No, I'm glad to be invited. Thank you for including me at the table, I appreciate it, because whatever can be good for us and the county is
I see a
great.
good fit with the school
I do too.
welding class and then I just hope that some way, shape or form can make it into an all-day type deal, if there's any way possible.
Well, again, with this possibility, do we look at and if there's some funds that can come that way, do we look at our expansion being even bigger?
Right,
I mean, do we take it another notch?
right. How big of an expansion were you looking at, just rough ballpark?
It could be anywhere, I'm gonna say, square footage wise, I can't remember exactly the amount of square footage, but just ballpark figures, anywhere from 600 to 900,000. It's a real dollar figure, I mean, it's real money, as you guys
Is
know.
that, you said that was square foot, or no, that's
Additional
dollar?
square footage, and it would probably be, and part of that would be included in a renovation of our existing, like, for example, the ventilation system, the HVAC, LED lighting, just things like that, just
You
bringing
was
it
talking
all.
dollar figure, 900,000.
Yeah, 600 to 900, it could be anywhere.
Square foot.
Yeah, I was like square foot.
No.
Square footage, that's
Not unless
2
square
acre
footage
foot.
is $100 a square foot, which is not gonna be for this project, but anyway. So that's, I can't remember the exact square footage, but, anyway, so.
Okay.
All right, guys, thank you.
Thanks, Craig.
Thank you for your service. See you later, Bobby, we'll talk.
Okay.
You know, the Walmart building down there, is that with the unknown that's coming down the road in the next year or 2 or 3? How serious do we need to be to do something with it?
Well, it's been something that's, we've talked about for the last 2 years, year and a half.
If someone does buy it, hopefully it would be a huge plus for the whole county. But it could
Yeah.
end up in hands where it might not be a plus completely.
You know, and really for the nursing side, it's really not that close to the hospital, but neither is Flint Hills.
It's not 45 minutes away.
Yeah, I mean, Flint Hills, I mean, their nursing schools on the west side of town, hospitals in the middle of town on the north end, so, you know, that's.
And here we're 5 minutes away.
You know, 7, 8, 9 blocks away, you know. But, you know, I would think I know the hospital, and that's just something we'd have to talk with the hospital about, because I know they did a big wing renovation for COVID, and then they never did use it. So I don't know if that one wing could be turned over into a nursing.
They never did use it at all?
I don't think so.
I would have no idea.
But I don't know if they can use it. That's, you know, where federal funds was made in a COVID wing. Can they use it for anything else? I don't know. I don't have no idea. That'd be a conversation for the hospital. But, you know, I mean, that building is on our tax roll. We are collecting taxes off of it. We looked at all the properties that the county owns that's off the tax roll. Do we need another one?
That's true too. But again, like I said, I thought today's conversation was to see how we could help Flint Hills get on the ground, and discussion with the Walmart building would look like.
Well, and I think that's, and more on the truck, and I think she wasn't brought up of the facility that the school has.
Well, it appears like that's gonna be a better fit. I mean, if this thing goes along, that would be a better fit for Flint Hills.
Pretty easy test run, you might say.
Yeah.
She was totally unaware of it even having a welding class.
Until she come in about the truck, and I mentioned it again. And that's the second time I've mentioned it.
So you said something about it.
Yeah. So, I can see why they may have
Things got
thought shifting on the work session, maybe, I don't know.
Bobby, with all your connections and making more connections, what's your thought on the Walmart building? You've been in it, you know how it's structured.
Yes, sir,
I mean, that thing's built for it to take.
They actually spent some money, roughly a year ago. At the time, they had a $500,000 grant to buy equipment, and they were proposing that the commissioners buy the Walmart building and lease it to them for $1 a year and make some improvements. I mean, the project cost us about $1 million, and they were going to put in all the furnishings, so to speak. They would own the furnishings, and the commissioners would own the facility and lease to them. Again, they asked for a tax abatement, so it wouldn't be. They would the service back to the county, to the citizens, would be that Flint Hills would have a welding facility and have faculty there and educate people there at that facility.
So what do you think about the building itself, as far as the price that they're asking for it, the location of it? I think Don's question may have been, do you think we should purchase or make an offer on that piece of property?
That's where, I'm not too sure we had to get somewhat aggressive. Get it in our hands for, I mean, you're gonna be visiting with different, this all happens up here, you're gonna be talking to a lot of people that might want a good opportunity, and to me, that would provide a good opportunity without spending $1 million to build it.
So,
I'm not trying to put you on the spot either.
So I'm aware that you got a lot of projects going, and there's a lot of money going out the door. I understand that. So if I was a commissioner right now, my horns would be pulled in a little bit, not just a little bit, knowing that you got these other big projects, the jail and the CHIPS. But if that was not on the table, I think the commissioner should have bought that building day one. There should have been a commissioner there bidding for that facility and to buy it, because that building obviously would cost millions of dollars if you were to go stand it up right now. And there's no other there's not a single bit of storage in all of Coffee County. If I wanted to back a 10-foot trailer under a roof that Coffee County owned, you don't have it, period. We don't have any facilities for industry. There are none. There are no spec buildings. There are no buildings downtown. There's no buildings in the entire county that can be used to locate an industry of any type. So I'm in favor of buying it. That's my.
But to that point, why don't those industries already buy that? I mean, why would we spec on? To me, that'd be a speculative.
Correct, because the county might have the wherewithal to sell the building for less than it's worth as an incentive. The problem with private property owners is they are just like me, you, Wade, everybody in this room. We want to advantage ourselves financially in everything that we come across. So that property owner, he's firm on his number now. But it doesn't mean the commission would have to be if you owned it.
Is the building south of town, the big building there by the vet, how much is Sharoma using that whole building? Or do they own the whole building, or they lease the building, or?
They own the whole building.
They own the whole building. How much of it are they actually utilizing?
100% of it.
They are utilizing 100?
Only about 30-40% of it is actual production. The rest of it is storage.
Storage?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's cool. I've been in there a few times. It's
I haven't been
really
in,
cool.
I had granddaughters working there for quite a while, but I haven't been in it, so I didn't know. That's a pretty good sized building there.
I did take a look at something just for interest for the commission. Your predecessors, many decades ago, loaned money to have that to a business to have that facility built. At the time, it was a hot topic. Everybody was against it, but that building changed hands a few times. But over the years, Coffee County's done really well. There's been a business in there paying taxes and employing people. The commission has tripled its money over time from your original investment.
So, if the county purchased that building down here, off the top of your head, is there somebody that could move into it and start operating?
The Walmart?
Mm-hmm.
No, the answer is no. Not right away.
Okay.
Whoever moved in would have to start making improvements.
Well, and that's why I asked Karen if we own it, Flint Hills wanted to move their nursing or whatever. I'm not saying welding, because it sounds like you got welding figured out. I mean, what would that entail? You need to build some walls, you need to split cubicles. That was my question.
So ventilation, well, for let's say nursing side. I'm
The
sorry.
welding, it sounds like they got it figured out, they're gonna work with the
Right.
school, and that's where I thought we were going today is, what can we do to get them on the ground sooner? And that was the most viable option at the time, so. And
Do you think she possibly thought him to buy it? Is what we were talking about?
Well,
We had a lot of different things.
Again, that's why I thought we were having a conversation today, so.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, I'd say you'd probably have $250,000 in the concrete around that.
That building today, to do it like, just to get to where it's at today is around $1.5 million. Just to build it. That's all, something like that. Because the HVAC's there, everything's there, it's rarely been used, so. You
Is
would
that
think-
stripped? Because there's nothing inside of it?
Just wide open space.
Wide open.
All
Yes,
the
sir.
shelving, everything, was it up the day we looked at it?
It's gone.
Oh, it's gone?
Yes, sir.
It's just, so it's just a wide open building?
So it's just a, yeah, there was a 20-foot walkway on the east side all the way down, probably coolers. Is that wall still in there, or was that
Yes, sir, that wall.
that wall's still there? It might even be a supporting wall, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Is there still funds available from the state to take the fuel tanks out and everything?
There is.
They're fiberglass and they're filled with water.
I'm sorry?
They're fiberglass and they're filled with water.
They are filled with water.
Yeah.
Is that something that could be left there,
Yes, sir.
if that's the case?
Mm-hmm. Where they're fiberglass and filled with water?
Yeah, there's no regulations to force us to pull it out.
They empty them and they fill with water so they wouldn't float.
Yeah, they keep from floating out.
So all the contamination is gone. What the would be?
Yeah, you wouldn't have to worry about it right now.
Right.
I
If they
wouldn't
weren't
think.
full, they'd
No,
pop up sometime.
I wouldn't think. So that's why, again, I thought that was a quick possible solution. They
They're
got
not making any
tradespeople,
more
they
land.
can have them come down and build the walls, be way cheaper.
Well, we all say it on a personal level, because it's the wise thing to say. It's a wise investment. They're not making any more land. And counties and cities especially, sometime a while back, somebody said, oh, that we shouldn't be in the real estate business, but that's just opposite of the way it should be. Counties and cities should be in the real estate business, to your point, on certain property, commercial property that has a commercial benefit to the citizens, to improve the quality of life, all that stuff, yes.
Commercial opportunities.
Yes, sir, because private citizens are rarely gonna take or make that investment that, would be required to preserve the commercial interest. That's why you see people buying up property in downtowns, just like here in Burlington. Right there at the intersection, you got 2 or 3 buildings, people own them because they can afford to, but they can't afford to fix them up. And they have no impetus to do so. But that is commercial property, and it's, in the public's best interest that it not look run down. But, or be used for a business, not storage.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
If the county doesn't invest, when the county does need to invest, then they have to take, right?
Well, that is exercise, yes.
I mean, it's not that that's where the board's going, but if somewhere down the road, if you want to expand commercially and there's nothing available, the only way to do that, if no one's gonna sell, is to take, and that's not what this board wants to do, ever. Now, the other side of that, and you're probably gonna bring it up, the crops building, and then one of the other things that was on my list since Bobby's here is the option to purchase at Highway 75 and the east side
Yes.
of the highway. So those are all still live and things to also take into consideration. And I don't know if that's still something that needs to be mentioned, but I think that purchase option expires in June, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's what I was gonna ask, when the option was open.
So,
That facility that's to be constructed out at the Vito site, just FYI, I know she was kind of talking around it, but it is only meant to be, used by her for a program that would benefit the industries, not for general programming like nursing and stuff like that.
It's for the industries there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In her area she was talking to, maybe that's where this Southern Coffee County thing came into play. And forgive me if I encouraged that. I did not mean to. But her region extends, if you can imagine, through Southern Coffee County into Woodson and Anderson. That's where the people are at that she wants to pick up. She doesn't want to encroach on the Osho community or Allen community. But that generally, she'd be just fine locating anywhere down 75.
Well, see, and that was the other questions I had earlier last week or 2 weeks ago or whenever we first scheduled this. And I thought was going to come to the table today as well was the other communities that Flint Hills exists in contribute to the existence of Flint Hills. I believe the city of Emporia owns facilities for them or
Yes,
gives
sir.
them money. Lyon County owns facilities and or gives them money. Those are the things I was hoping to broadcast to the rest of the public here today.
Yeah.
To say, we're not the only ones doing this. We're not the only community. We're not just throwing money out there because.
That's true.
I mean, that was where I was hoping the conversation was going today. So.
You're very correct. The city of Emporia and Lyon County do own facilities and exempt their taxes and donate to allow them to have certain programming.
Because it's a financial gain as well through tax dollars.
Yes.
There's money spent.
Well, you got
People living there.
coming in, going to school, running down to the store,
Exactly.
grabbing something to eat, going to the
And
restaurant.
if I remember right,
You know?
Garnett, the welding facility they got over there was donated to them
By
as
the
well.
city.
By the city.
Yes, sir.
So, again, we're trying to reinvent a wheel. We're doing exactly what every other surrounding community is doing for Flint Hills VOTEC Or anybody else, it could be Allen County, it could be.
I was gonna say it could be used.
We shouldn't care.
Sure.
Just, we should try and
It's
be
promoting-
proactive, not reactive.
Promoting us, the city.
I think all these colleges are competing so hard for enrollments, that's just like Neosho County. Got one of their big signs there at Weldon now. They're all after, cause I think their numbers are probably down a little bit in-house, maybe down quite a bit. It's so competitive market right now that I can't see something like the Walmart building out here, hurting Allen County or Neosho County. May hurt them for one or two students, but
Yes, sir.
we don't have all the answers for that.
I was under the impression there was a company wanting to locate or look for or build a facility to manufacture their, energy, electricity makers, energy.
Capacitors, yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, yes, that makes sense. I hadn't even thought about that. I'll be honest. But that would work.
I was trying to figure out how I could
Yeah.
spit it out.
Yeah.
So,
That's a good idea.
and needing to place pretty quick.
Yes, that's the key thing, yeah. Hadn't thought about that. That's
I mean, that's cheaper than building a new building, is it not?
big time.
It's not in the location they want it to be right yet, but
Correct.
they know they're not gonna be able to be at the location they wanna be right now.
That's right.
They're gonna need something now as something is being built.
Yes.
But the value of that building ought to be a plus, even though it's not in their location.
Yeah. I will,
Anyway,
How many square foot is that?
11,000.
30,000.
That's only 25% of an acre.
It's not very, I mean, it's not.
It's not a huge building.
It's not a huge
I thought it
building.
might be a little bigger than that, but. How many square feet did you say?
11,000.
That just
Was
was
it,
2.5.
their build is gonna be about 30?
30. Yes, sir. I'll find out something on that here pretty soon.
So on the building itself, Bobby, do you know what type of maintenance needs to be, I mean, roof, that type of stuff?
Over time, at different times, they have pulled different things off of the HVAC. So most of the condensers and stuff like that are gone. A lot of the hookups and the actual harness, all that, the copper pipe, all that's still there. But the actual units are gone. In fact,
so the
there's
AC units?
The unit?
Yes, sir.
The unit?
Maybe not all of them, but I know the big boys.
Probably for the coolers,
The
probably
main-
for the coolers
Oh,
would be
okay.
my guess.
All right, that
The-
makes sense.
The units on the roof are all gone?
Yes, sir. And it is, got a lot of mold and, but again, in an industrial environment, that wouldn't be an issue.
Chances it'd be gutted and started over anyway.
Yes, sir. Other than that, structurally, it's a good building.
Is, is there a three-phase there?
Three-phase.
Three-phase?
Mhm.
So that would be beneficial to
Industry.
anybody, yes,
Yeah.
industry.
Yeah, that day we turned, I think the mayor of Burlington's with us, and I think it's got all the electrical stuff you need
Yes, sir.
to expand on.
Yes, sir.
I think Stan was with us that day.
Yes, sir.
I would think maybe research that avenue.
Will do. That's a good idea.
I think I sure encourages it.
Do we need
Do some
to,
more checking on that.
do we need to, maybe go into negotiation? No, let's do our homework first and see if that would work for them before we go into negotiations with property. Anything else? Did you ever find that, Wade, did you find that contract paperwork that needs to be signed with the new figures?
I seem to print it.
Okay. Any news on the chips, Bobby?
Yes, sir.
Any news that can be public information? No?
Not really, I'm sorry.
Yep, new news. New news, but no, you can't hear it.
I would say, so I think some of the commissioners, especially the two, new commissioners, you've had opportunities to meet some of the people at different times, which that's a great thing, and, encourage that more, but, I don't have anything other than, I think the commission generally is up to date on that.
Okay. Anybody have anything else?
I just bring up the crops building again, I guess. I know, like Bobby said, we got projects going here, projects going there. And, it's been in discussion for quite some time. So I guess
You know,
we went to city.
That'll be a year away.
Exactly. We went to city council meeting last Wednesday, and they're in agreement with pretty much proceeding ahead as originally planned. Just got changed the verbiage of the letter of agreement to reflect the fair board and not ag and a few other things Wade come up with. But, so I guess with that being said, do we want to get a hold of the original architect to say, okay, we just take out all the offices, leave the bathrooms, give us a storage room and a kitchen area, and the rest stays as designed. So kind of going back to the drawing board, it's going to cost anywhere from 20 to 40,000. I mean, I haven't really spoke to Hector yet, because I just wanted to have everybody's permission to do so first.
Can we take this stuff that we own drawing wise and take it to a contractor and say, hey, cut this off, we want this?
There's almost enough there to do
And
it.
save it $40,000 without going back to architect.
There's almost enough there to do it, but I don't know. My question to Hector was gonna be in the original work that he did, is there a disc we can have? I mean, we paid $40-some thousand if the,
That'd be something.
is there something we can make more drawings off of?
Plans.
I haven't called him to ask that question. Again, I just don't wanna proceed much without open discussion first.
You know, if we get it back as is, how do we turn it over to possibility of one contractor to see if there's enough information there when there may be 3 or 4 bids on it? What, is there an ethical issue?
So that's where I fall back over to Wade's court and say, what do you think, buddy?
I'd contact the original architect and see where he stands. When you have the plans, because you gave a copy of the plans to the city.
That was the one copy that Darrell had, and I gave that to him, and then Thorpe has another copy. So, in essence, there should be a download somewhere we can obtain to make more copies.
Right. So I would do 2 things. One, check with the original architect, and maybe they could give you an idea, here's what the board is thinking, and would there be a discount to change it, modify, and I mean, they already have everything up and ready to go, so I would assume that that individual would provide the biggest discount because it's their work product. Number 2 is, if not, then where does the county get a copy of what they paid for? And then from there, you'll be in a position to know. My impression would be, and maybe I'm wrong, is keeping the business would turn into a discount for the county because the majority, the lion's share of the work's already done.
True.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in the final phase, everything, you approve the drawings, and then they start writing up contract documents like advertising for bids and all like that. So there's where we would lack.
Sure.
So that's where I go back, throw the ball back in your court. I mean, do we write up the contract documents? I mean, you pay him extra money to redesign and done, and then to get the contract documents, and he sets it out, advertises it for bid, and he takes care of all that, just like River City did for the parking lot.
I think we could take care of that part.
Okay?
It would surprise me if the building itself, that they haven't got 100% of that done. What they'd have to wrap it up would be the electrical part of everything, and maybe the sewer line. It would surprise me if the building diagrams ain't all done.
They're pretty close. There was an electrical
We
drawing.
need somebody to put the diagram to it for electrical outlets and everything, and air conditioning.
My memory serves me correct, there was an MEP drawing as well as an electrical drawing, so it's like.
It may be.
Basically,
It's almost there.
Yeah, the 20,000 we originally left on the table, may not take much more drawing to finish it for that.
That could be. But again,
That
I
may be
didn't
just-
want to be calling Hector without
Yeah.
everybody knowing
They were just,
something.
we were paying it a third at a time maybe, and,
So does,
but how much they've released to us, for the 40 we did pay, I don't know.
I'll find out.
Maybe
That's okay.
I would find out.
Okay.
See what they could release to us, see what it would cost to finish, taking out this and adding this and so on and so forth. If it's gonna cost any more, or if they just do that out of the kindness of their heart.
Now, I did suggest to one of the fair board members that the drawing shows a drop ceiling like what you see in here, so to speak, 12-foot sidewalls, drop ceiling. I was just wondering how much money, the inside walls was finished, if you will. I know red iron buildings are red iron structural, and they wrap it with insulation and they side it, and so it's kind of, like my shop, it's insulated, but I just know how much of cost savings that'd be, just do the spiral trunk work like you see in one of those restaurants anymore, and leave the ceiling open, and
Call it good.
yeah.
I couldn't agree more.
But they wanted, the fair board itself wanted to go back with the drop ceiling and base interior, so.
But if we're putting the bill, we can build whatever we wanna build, right?
That was my next question.
I don't think they'll look a gift horse in the mouth, will it?
Well, that's again a question I can have with Hector, I mean, I would think that would be a savings.
You would think they'd just be ecstatic whatever we put up.
the plans are for crop building again, right? I mean, what it would be used for.
Well, it was more designed at the time for the extension office to house it, and there was a bunch of, there were several offices, and.
I'm sorry, I wasn't in on that.
Yeah,
so
no,
I
that's
keep
fine.
forgetting it, Tom.
That's fine, but yeah, I guess I'd have to bring a copy of the drawing to you, but there were several offices up front.
Okay.
Some storage
That
in the
makes
back
sense.
where the 4-H would do their crops shelling and stuff like that.
I would say for whatever they was gonna do for the crop building, room for the crop building, if the offices were past that, I'd cut it off right there where the offices was, have your bathroom and a shower, and whatever square footage there was originally for the crop building, that's what I'd put up.
I think we need a kitchen, because
Well,
there
yeah,
is a
yeah.
waiting list, like to rent the 4-H building and stuff. A lot of times during the year, I think the building would get used more.
And
if
that
it
was
had a
what the
kitchen.
fair board said, as well as for Wednesday night, that,
Okay.
yeah, the building would be available to rent to anybody that wanted to rent it. They would be in charge of renting it, if you will, cleaning it and all like that. I guess they had an incident down there where the fair board was doing something and somebody was renting the 4-H building. Some people from the fair board, because from the event, there was no place to go to use the restroom, so they were going to the 4-H building, and a private individual had it rented, and that wasn't setting too
That
well,
didn't go very good.
so. That could show you the need for
Right, yeah,
another
right.
facility, so,
Yeah.
and then the stadium restrooms are, 100 years, how old would that stadium is? They're pretty old.
They're old.
100 years old, I suppose,
Aren't they?
pretty old,
Yeah.
maybe not 100, they have, indoor plumbing 100 years ago.
What'd you say, Mark?
It's built in the forties.
40s.
Well, we're close, 80.
Yeah.
So,
You know, when we originally talked about that, Tom, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, there was a little bit of opposition that was just taking that building down with the history that was built and the reason, everything with it.
True, but, to revamp that would be, probably
You,
be horrible.
I fully understand where you're,
Be horrible. I get
Lots of
told them, I was just involved in a project
yeah.
in Ottawa where they took an old gas station and turned it into a bank, and
Yeah, my thought is the best thing to do is probably take it down, level it out, and put it right there on site, but there was a little bit of opposition.
Yeah.
A little bit of opposition.
people don't like change.
so I'll give Hector a call and see where we're at and have an answer for next week. That's all I had.
Steve, do you have any roundtable?
No, well, Wade and I, was at the Kansas Commissioners Conference at Hayes, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And, it was really a good, conference. I mean, they had some good speakers. I've probably forgotten some of the things that we should have learned, but we got to meet, several commissioners from other areas. It was an interesting time. We listened to, Jay Hall and, Mike Taylor. They were fun to listen to, and they were interesting to listen to. We learned a lot there. I don't have anything else. When you brought up the nursing home, up there about possibly, I thought about the same thing until she talked about needing the facility closer proximity to the hospital. But anyway, that was a good idea.
I have them every now and then.
Well, no,
It's once in a blue moon, but I have them.
I don't have anything else right now.
Don, do you have anything?
Are we gonna discuss a little bit more what we talked about this
Yeah, I was
morning?
just gonna get roundtable out of the
Okay,
way, and then
I have nothing.
we can go back
I have
into
nothing.
the finishing business. Wade,
Have anything else? No.
Tom, you said you didn't have anything?
That was all I had, just make sure it was okay with everybody that I called Hector and kept the ball kind of rolling on the Crouch building, if you will, and, what everybody else's input was.
Angie?
Just that we have insurance meetings going on today and tomorrow. So if there's any questions you have and you want to talk to either group down there, you're welcome to do that. Everyone is currently practicing with the time clocks. Today was the first day we had a total shutdown. The company was shut down, so nobody could clock in.
Nice.
And that's gonna happen going forward, it just does. So, even we tried to call and there was no answer, the whole CIC, everything was down, so. That's a new one for everyone to get used to, knowing that's gonna happen. And then, Steve, next week on the 15th, we have our department head meeting to discuss the payroll timing and all that, because starting June 1st, we'll be live, and so we wanna get that squared away on what we're gonna do.
I've got that down.
Okay. And I think that's all I have today.
Only thing I have is we've got the zoning meeting this Wednesday night at 7 o'clock for the Chips property rezoning. I've got a feeling it's gonna be, I think it's this Wednesday, isn't it?
17th.
Is it 17th?
Yeah, usually a third.
Next Wednesday, okay. My bad, I'll shut up.
Forget to go on vacation.
Yep.
7 o'clock, right after
7
the
o'clock.
City Council.
Okay, I thought it was this Wednesday.
He's just back from Mexico.
I'm still on Mexico time. We'll finish out the day discussing the hospital.
One other thing, referencing the CHIPS property, there was a notice sent to the county that the rent agreement is not being exercised, so just be thinking about that property moving forward.
The extension. Yeah, the
The
extension,
extension,
yes.
right, the three-month option is not being renewed to go into the next 3 months. And although the anticipation was the county would be the one sending out notice not to exercise that, it happened to work out the exact opposite.
The renters are.
The renters,
Okay,
correct.
I understand that.
So that takes you into the July timeframe. So just
I'll volunteer, that's all I can say.
You can live there and make sure everything's working right.
Well, sure, I betcha.
We have to hire somebody to care for the.
You don't have to hire anybody, you have to hire a soul. They're already hired. Yeah. Me and Wade kind of visited about that. I think there probably ought to be some type of a security system. I'm assuming there probably is, and I don't know, I would have to check.
Yeah.
But I don't know if something could be linked, if you'd have something like, so to speak, like your rings or something like that could be linked to the sheriff's office or something like that, for maybe later down the road.
probably need to link in the sheriff and some sort of patrol at least around or near that area, and don't want to go into
Right.
too much about it, but it will be a secure residence.
That's not gated, is it?
Hmm?
That's not, okay. I couldn't remember.
I just want to make sure that it's not a situation where someone who wants to be a squatter will have the ability to do so. I think that needs to be pretty clearly stated.
It will be taken care of. Next, Wade.
I need to print that contract regarding the parking. One thing, probably, I don't know if somebody plans on going to the Board of Education meeting tonight to talk about the parking. I didn't know they had the meeting tonight, but I know there was conversation about keeping them informed and up to speed, similar to what was happening with the city, so. But the last hot topic is the hospital. And what your thoughts, ideas, plans are there, and how you want to move forward?
Well, I believe there's some options,
There are options.
and I think probably the cleanest I'm under the impression it's a time-sensitive situation. I believe the purchasers, and I don't know this, and I don't know if Jobin could come back maybe and have more information if is it a time-sensitive situation?
That I'm
He said he'd be coming back.
He said he was available.
Yeah.
Would y'all like to have him come back?
Yeah.
If he's available? I don't know if his board member would be able to be here or not, but.
Judy, yeah,
Judy.
the president.
So.
Do we need to go into executive session for a short time to make sure we're kind of all on the same page?
So, being on the same page, if you're wanting to discuss, to cover legal advice as it relates to what the options are under KSA 19-211, but I think that's what it could occur in an executive session.
Which we've already had one.
Correct. So, and it was 10 minutes, it was short.
Right.
And if you feel like you need more legal advice regarding KSA 19-211 before you make a decision one way or another, then I think that's fair.
My question to you, do we need more legal advice before we make a decision? See how I hit that ball back over there?
From the sounds of it, Don has questions. So
I've got two or three questions. I'm not exactly sure how to proceed ahead, but because I don't know exactly what I can say in open session at this time.
Why don't we go in for, did you?
No answer yet.
Okay.
I left a message, so.
Well, why don't we go in for,
and then we also have to go in and talk about, I think, revisit the non-elected personnel issue from this morning. That
Oh, yes.
We can do whichever one first.
maybe do non-elected personnel, make sure we have the Jobins available.
I'll keep trying after, while you guys are in executive session.
10-minute executive session for the non-elected personnel?
Yep. And it will be the same as this morning. Non-elected personnel to discuss performance.
Individual employee performance.
I'll move.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. I moved. Second. We will enter at 2:14 for 10 minutes. It just did turn to 12.
Jim is being sent this way.
He's being sent this way. Okay.
Please go off.
My what?
Take off your board.
Oh, I should have.
Okay.
I thought we had done with motions, but we're not.
That'd be 2 more.
Motion to appoint county counselor to oversee the health department for the week of May 15th through the 19th. During transition, or before transition of the new
During transition from interim director to permanent director of the health department.
Is that enough verbiage for you?
I think it's fine, but I think what you probably need to clarify, because people will say, wait a minute, what's happening here? The only, my understanding, and maybe this is the discussion part, this is just a stopgap so that if there are any issues in the health department, if there are any requests for time off, if there are any requests for something that has to be handled during the regular and ordinary course of business during a work week, then someone can bring that to my attention. And if it's an easy answer, I would assume I have the permission of the board to make an easy decision. If it's a more complicated situation, then I can bring it up with the board. But that week needs to be covered, because otherwise there's not someone who has that authority in the health department, and it's sort of a courtesy.
Yeah, it's important to have somebody you can go to and
Exactly.
get permission to leave or whatever.
And we knew this was gonna happen from the interim to the new director. She wasn't able to get here early enough.
We were gonna have the space in between.
Wasn't gonna have childcare.
I'll make that motion.
I'd second that.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Thompson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Do we wanna go down before he gets here?
I think it's important we go down before.
Prior to?
I think there needs to be some additional conversation or legal advice relating to the sale of county property, the same.
As previously.
Yeah.
I'll move.
And I would say, instead of 10 minutes, I'd say 15 minutes on this one.
You knew I just said it to 10 minutes, didn't you?
Keep you on your toes.
My toes don't want me on my toes. Okay, I got
Too heady, I'll break.
No doubt. Executive session, the board and Wade as previous executive session for 15 minutes. I move.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We'll enter at 2:33 for 15 minutes.
That way, Wade gets lost.
Which one? Am I on the clock?
You're on the clock.
I like the draft. So, KSA 19-211, and that statute is summarize sale or disposition of county property. So, as some may or may not be aware, the deed to the property known as Sunset Manor is in the hands of the Coffee County commissioners. And somebody wanted to look it up, it's with the Register of Deeds, book D174, page 47. And that was recorded in February 2014. Why that matters is if the property known as Sunset Manor in City of Waverly is going to be sold, that triggers KSA 19-211, which basically says no property the value of which is more than $50,000 belonging to any county shall be sold or disposed of by any board of county commissioners without a unanimous vote of such commissioners, a public notice of such sale or disposition, and it talks about what that process and procedure is. As everybody heard and was told this morning, and referring back to representatives from Trust Point, who indicated that although the assessed value is $883 for the hospital property, or $886, they had no issue with and believed, based on the current market, that a sales price of $600,000 is appropriate. So the hospital, and Joby, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the hospital through the hospital board has made the decision to move forward with the sale of that property because after Sunset Manor shut down for reasons that have been discussed or explored previously, that ends up being an empty building that needs to be disposed of. But as you hear from what the statute says and who actually owns the rights to make the decisions related to that real estate, this board has to make that decision. Now, a little further in that same statute, I did say unanimous vote. However, the legislature creatively, in their foresight and wisdom, in subsection F, stated as follows: whenever it is required by this section that the Board of County Commissioners approve a sale or disposition of property by unanimous vote, and a county has a 5-member board, such board may approve a sale or disposition of property by a 4/5 majority. So that's the situation we have here. Just so the public is aware. Now, we're only dealing with the property with a value over $50,000. There are other situations within the statute that deal with property under $50,000, and I'm not going to go into those details right now. Under subsection B1, which is now getting to the point, County Commission may adopt a resolution establishing an alternate methodology for the disposal of property. And in that subsection, it talks about the minimum procedures, which I won't go into, but it also talks about in subsection B2 that methodology may contain different procedures for real property and personal property. So I have put together a proposed resolution that is captioned "A Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas, adopted pursuant to KSA 19-211B, establishing methodology for disposal of personal and real property." The distinguishing factor in subsection A1 and by adopting this alternate methodology is, One would potentially require or allow under A1 a petition to be signed by not less than 2% of the qualified electors within 45 days after the first publication with the county election officer, and then the property could not be sold unless that issue were submitted to a vote. And that's really the distinguishing factor. But the statute does allow the board to come up with an alternate methodology. And that is what, in essence, this board has to decide. The resolution would cover personal and real property, what that procedure is. How disposition would occur. It would still allow public notice and public participation, so that, especially for any real property, if the public wanted to come in and express their thoughts, ideas, comments, concerns regarding disposition of real property, they could do so at a time that would be published in the paper, and I'm sure it could be published online. It would also be within an agenda. And then the board would be able to make a decision. Now, similarly, the statute also talks about the mode and method of notice and what that would look like, and also within the proposed resolution, so that it doesn't look like it's cutting anything out. Public notice of the disposition of real and personal property shall be made in a manner dependent on the method of sale, including but not limited to posting on the county's website, publication in the official newspaper of the county, or any other mechanism deemed appropriate to allow public participation or notification. Such notice shall include the date, time, and description of property and any other terms and conditions regarding disposition. Inclusion of items on the Board of County Commissioners' agenda shall constitute sufficient public notification. Property would be sold in an as-is condition. So why this is probably an important topic to address right now is as the county acquires more property, the disposition of that property, if the county chooses to sell the property, is also equally as important, and to make sure that the county, buying through the Board of County Commissioners, is using and maintaining that property, and if disposing of that property, doing so in a way that provides the best value for the county and also preserves the public interest in the county's assets. So I'm not, that's a lot of information, and it's for, I guess, everyone's edification, but does anybody have any questions, comments?
I mean, I think it simplifies.
Well, the resolution, there's been a few times we could use that.
Correct.
And I can see in
In
the foreseeable future, we haven't been necessary to have that resolution in place.
Could be very helpful.
Yep.
I think it cuts out a lot of red tape. You're still publicly public known that it's being sold, or it's being advertised to be sold. I think it's a mechanism to make things kind of go faster than a snail's pace, which sometimes I see government selling a property at a snail's pace. And sometimes you've got to jump because tomorrow's a new day, and an investor might not be interested in it 2 weeks from now, or a month from now, or 2 months from now. So, if it's in the greater good, for the greater good of the county and the public,
I just think it cleans everything up.
it cleans it up.
It gives directive.
So,
I don't know whether this should be a part of it or not, but, you know, it's appraised at $886. And it's being offered at $600, less, I'm sure, a commission. That's less than 70% of the appraised value. Do we need to be involved in evaluating the sale price?
So I'm gonna stop you and hold that thought, because
Okay.
before you go into that part of it, you have to decide how you wanna move forward.
Okay.
And on the resolution, when you're, right now, the topic is how you want to move forward as it relates to disposal of county property.
Okay.
So that will include real property, and you'll be able to ask those questions in a minute, but this is a resolution that would cover all property for the county. So one of the things that's also in the resolution, and for Angie as the county clerk, if this will be something that she'll be willing to do, in paragraph 4E, it talks about upon disposition of real property, notice shall be given to the county clerk, who will be responsible for updating financial records and providing notification for the update of insurance and risk management records.
Which I do that anyway with
Yeah, so I figured you did, but I wanted you to be able to have a say in a part of that. It also includes, for the sale of real property, the Board of County Commissioners get to choose the most beneficial way, in the board's opinion, to dispose of the property, and that can include, but is not limited to, auction, trade-in, negotiated sale, sealed bid, fixed price, negotiated bid, or any other method of sale deemed most beneficial to the county. The other feature, income received from the sale of surplus property shall, in the discretion of the board, be posted back to the originating fund or grant, or deposited into the county general fund. And that's where it has to start. Now, if it ends up flowing somewhere else, you first put it back in the county general fund, and then you push it wherever it is you want to push it from there, if that's what you want to do. So it's sort of something that maybe should have been talked about and discussed some time ago, but I don't think the county was in the position until here recently where disposing of real property was something that was a hot topic, especially when it's of the value of the property that brought this up.
So the motion would read, we'd have to have a resolution, do we not?
Yes.
900.
900 even?
900, 901, I forget where our last one was.
900. I need to see that type of. You say major resolution number 900.
Motion to approve a resolution number 900 of the Board of County Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas, adopt pursuant to KSA 19-21B, establishing methodology for disposal of personal and real property. Once again, resolution number 900. I will move.
Second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by Huebner. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion. All opposed? Passes. Huebner moved. So do I put 900 on top of it?
Yes.
And then we sign, send around and sign. Adopted and approved on this day.
Yeah.
Today's
Or eighth
eighth day. Sir?
So,
Now we get to go to the other stuff.
well, so now that you've done that, this would have been triggered, whether you adopted the resolution or not, if you recall, where the board has to decide by four-fifths majority whether the board wants to dispose of certain property valued over $50,000, and that would be this Sunset Manor property.
I'll be right back.
For the purposes of moving forward, it's property located at 128 South Pearson Avenue, Waverly, Kansas.
So we need a motion to
A motion to making a decision whether this board agrees that that property should be sold or disposed of. And setting a date and time for a public hearing for people to appear to make comments whether they want to or not.
What was the, wasn't there a time frame in that resolution? 7 days, 10 days, 14?
That was for the petition, 45 days, I think. That was for the.
How many times
I
does
thought
it
it was
need,
a resolution that had a time frame. Sorry.
how many times does it need to be published in the paper? Most of our items are published 3 times, if I remember right.
Yeah.
I don't think it clarified how many times it had to, it just had to be published.
I remember twice.
Oh, really?
14 days is what I remember.
Disposal notices are usually twice.
Twice?
Yeah.
Yes, twice.
Usually. So, I would suggest published twice in the official county newspaper before the date of the public hearing, and I'm not sure how fast that could be put in the paper. Could it make it this week?
If it's all tidied up and ready to go by the time I get back to the office.
Okay.
Nothing like cutting it close.
Now, is that something that the county does, or?
Yes.
So it's gotta be published twice and it goes out
It'd be a,
Wednesday.
be a Thursday publication day.
17th would be twice, so your public hearing would have to be on the 22nd.
So the 22nd, and I will say public comment, public participation in the sale or disposition of that property will be received and considered on May 22nd at what time?
I've got wrote down, we've got a radio work session at 1 PM that day, and I will put whatever.
We got a
Well,
1
we
o'clock
can't-
work session.
I don't know why we can't do it at first thing.
First thing.
Yeah.
Well, we've got somebody coming in the 22nd, do we not, at 9:05?
Oh, yeah, that's the, what happened this morning, right?
Housing authority.
Yeah, housing authority,
So maybe you set it at
9:30.
9:30, 10 o'clock?
Now let's go 10 o'clock.
Yeah, because that
Sure,
discussion could
stop.
Yeah,
could get lengthy.
it could run that
Could get
hour.
lengthy.
Set it for 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, I would say. On the 22nd. So, with all that being put out there rather quickly,
Lot of information.
It is.
I think.
I will move that we sell / dispose of the county property at 128 South Pearson Avenue, Waverly, Kansas.
Yes. Authorized sale and disposition.
Authorize the sale disposition of the property at 128 South Pearson Avenue, Waverly, Kansas. I'll second that.
As well as,
What was the address?
128 South Pearson Avenue.
Waverly?
28 or 29?
right,
28. 128.
Oh, sorry.
129.
There we go.
can we include to be published in the paper as well in that motion? That's what I was trying to do.
And to be published 2 times in the county
Two
paper
times, yeah.
with public hearing to,
May 22nd.
Yep.
Compass it all, so we ain't jumping back.
yep.
Right.
Looks good.
Then this also authorizes the Coffee County Health Systems Board of Trustees to move forward with the
Sale of the property.
the sale of the property through a licensed real estate
Do you want,
agent or
is
broker.
that supposed to be part of the?
I don't think that's supposed to be part of the motion, is it?
I think it should,
Oh,
because
you think it should?
they're the ones who are,
Also authorizes what?
the, Board of Trustees for Coffee Health Systems to move forward with the sale through a licensed real estate broker agent. I don't know which one it is.
We'll figure that out. Put them both.
There you go, sounds good.
I think
She likes
that's kind of
that.
where things are right now.
Mm-hmm.
And do you wanna have it listed for no less than $600,000, or to allow,
Them to negotiate no less than 600,000?
I think if you leave it at, if you put it at 600, then if somebody says
Say seven.
5,999, you're stuck
Mhm.
at 600, so, I mean,
We'll be able to either reject or accept.
Any
Correct.
offer, yes.
That was our thought.
Right.
Intention was 600 in bids.
Sure.
If
So
you
maybe-
did a 600, that,
Oh,
You have to accept that?
Well, so
Well, we
I
have the
just
right
put a
to
period at
refuse.
agent, and then whatever somebody offers, the board gets the ability to.
We still have the ability to make a decision.
Yep.
Right to refuse. Would you like me to reread the motion?
Yeah, make sure that makes sense in all.
I need to put a location for your public hearing.
Oh,
Commission chambers?
Yeah. Thanks, Mark.
Hey, no problem.
Just show up wherever.
I told him you should put him on the payroll.
You know, with that being less than.
Yeah, I gotta- that's all you need.
With that being less than 70% of the appraised value, current appraised value, to me, the 600 is not high enough.
That's a county appraisal.
What's the county appraisal?
That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
The 600?
No,
The 886?
correct.
It probably should say sale rather than sell.
Oh.
Move forward with the sale.
County
Smart.
appraisal is whatever, but the real estate company this morning said 600 was fair, is what they thought.
Is, I don't know how to say it. Is the 600 set there to try to get a quick sale? And maybe.
So let's say you're selling the co-op there in Leroy. You're gonna sell the co-op in Leroy, and you shut the doors, and there's no grain in the grain bins, there's no employees. Are you gonna get millions of dollars, or you're gonna get a few $100,000?
Sold the
We would
equipment.
sell it before that would happen. We still got value.
We're trying to do that.
But
That's
This
where-
place has still got value.
yeah, but the equipment's gone,
I-
so it's not a nursing home.
Is the equipment actually gone?
Yes, it's all sold on the internet.
All sold on Purple Wave.
That's where I'm at.
I know where you're at.
So, I mean, you got the same situation here.
Here we don't have a facility that's on, you know, online and making money and everything. Gotta start from scratch, and I understand that.
Yeah.
I'll second that. Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion on this topic? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
I say aye.
Motion passes.
What's the commission on this one?
6%.
6.
Anything else?
So just double checking, so the hospital and the board of trustees will work with TrustPoint, so we've established that with this time. The county commissioner board will be the ones receive the bids, approve, accept, or,
Yes.
okay. Just making sure. Previously, it would, like when we had people reach out to us, so currently, well, I don't know about currently, but about 2 weeks ago, we had probably eight investors reaching out, asking questions about it, very interested in it. 2 were from the community of Waverly itself. And so previously I told the board of trustees we would bring those to them at the 22nd of May's board meeting. And that's when, like, some people in the community have asked when those would be opened, and I said at that board meeting, but I just wanted to just double check and all that.
So there's already being sealed bids presented?
Nothing was received, nothing at the time of last Friday when Wade got a hold of us, or whatever that was last week. Nothing had been received yet.
Well, they could still be opened on the 22nd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It would just be in the AM.
In here.
In here.
Correct.
Which would still be the public hearing, so it would have to be after.
Public hearing.
After the public hearing.
I think so.
So the public hearing was for people to comment on the sale overall, but not,
Have any effect on the sale.
well, potentially. And they could bring up information that might sway you one way or another, but as far as what they have set up, that can still continue. And then whatever is presented to the board of trustees at the hospital, that could then be turned over to this board the following Tuesday to make a decision, or to be advised of what the options are. That
But
makes
you
sense?
guys had it advertised as the 22nd. It would be opened and presented on the 22nd at your meeting.
And they could still do that, and they could still do that contingent on commissioners' approval.
But that means we would have to open it
No, they
the
would,
morning of the 22nd.
they would still open, just like they had planned,
And get their high bid.
to get the high bid, and then that would be contingent on
Our approval.
our approval. Does
Okay.
that sound right?
Would
Is
that
that,
make any difference?
or does that make any?
Well, that makes a public hearing worthwhile, because if you have the public hearing at 10 o'clock on the 22nd,
Because their meeting
and
is
we
at
open, we open the prices at 10:15, that pretty much makes the public hearing obsolete. I mean, people still get to come in and gripe about, complain about selling the property, but then, if we don't have any public comment to take into consideration, then the hospital board takes it up, they open the pricing. I don't know, you probably would, you're not taped, are you?
So it's recorded.
So would they go into executive session and open it, because if the person if we reject the bids, we happen to reject the pricing, then you're putting out information of people's prices.
Right.
Which I would probably want that to go into an executive session to open bids, would you not?
I would assume that's what they do.
If it more than exceeded the number that is put forth, then they could probably announce that after they come out of the executive. Move to approve bid from blank for X amount of dollars. Could they wait? At that point in time, because it's over, it's exceeded our,
They could recommend to the governing body of the county, whatever that recommendation might be. And we're sort of, in a way, backtracking, because, and trying to make sure that the statute is covered. Now, the public notice that the hospital put out, I guess I wasn't aware that public notice had been.
Yeah, and I was going back up there, it's not, we didn't publicly notice that, put out a notice, we put it out with anyone who asked, when that was going to open up.
Is your board meet at daytime or
6:30
night?
on the 22nd, 6:30 PM on the 22nd.
I'm sorry? 6:30, so you're meeting at night.
Mhm.
so just to keep it for them, I mean, you're kind of setting the hospital board to work it this way in case we reject any and all bids, that information is not known.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not trying to do anything under the radar, I'm just wanting to keep people's pricing
Well, it's
secured.
It's a competitive advantage, similar to that's why you do sealed bids on anything,
Right.
so that if something gets rejected, then somebody will know, oh, well, here's the price point we should start at.
And go back and
So
do
that
it
makes
again.
sense. And maybe what should happen, since it's an agenda topic, but not public notice that this is what's going to occur, that whatever bids you get, are they sealed bids?
That's what we're thinking.
Okay, sealed bids, then maybe you don't open them and you bring them to the county and let this board do that. You acknowledge you received them and then bring it here, and then that way they could be.
But they put out there that they was gonna open them the night of the 22nd, is that not correct?
That is what we've told different investors who've asked.
So could that be
But we can always follow back up with them and tell them the new process.
notify them and then
Wouldn't be till
should be
Tuesday of the
advertised
following
too.
week, the 29th or 30th.
Sure.
That way you have it.
I mean, either way.
You have your public hearing on the 22nd for people to say whether they're in support of it, what their issue may be, if any. And you may not get any, and you have a zoning deal this morning, public notice went out, nobody was here. Now, this may be different.
Right.
But that way, people are able to express something one way or another. The current process, at least right now, stays in place where the hospital board of trustees receives the information, then whatever they receive, instead of opening those bids, they be hand-delivered to the county clerk. County clerk will hold on to them. They won't be open until that next meeting, and they be open publicly on the 30th at what time?
I think I'm on the agenda at 9:05 on the 30th. For budget review for 2024.
I have you on at 10:30.
10.
I guess the question, what time of the day were they supposed to have their bids in on the 22nd?
Yeah, actually, in the very beginning, it was not the 22nd, it was actually the 19th, by end of day.
So, I just asked that question because if they're, before we had the public hearing, so literally we could open them the 22nd.
Right, yeah.
We could open them to the 22nd.
If he's got a deadline of the 19th. I'm not trying to confuse anything.
No, I think it's easier than better.
To get it moved along.
Well, I'm just saying, and I hope it never happens again, but a plane could fly into a tower somewheres and crash everything, and then that investor's not going to want to pay that money for that. So the quicker you can get it turned around,
the better off
the
we are.
better off we are.
And that's why I was saying, so we're delaying another week.
So you're not talking $4,000, $5,000, $10,000, $40,000. You're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
I'm just
suggestion.
Nope, whatever you wanna do, I'm just trying to help.
That works.
Keep things moving, but keep it clean, and
Yeah,
since
I
we have
agree.
two different boards involved, I wanna respect what the hospital's been doing, because they've.
Yes.
Me as well, but if we're taking the opening out of their hands.
Yep.
And his deadline's the 19th, we might as well open the 22nd.
That's
right. Because your meeting was the 22nd, so whoever is bidding would know by the 22nd.
Right.
So we can keep that time frame going if we do it that route. That's just, again, thinking out loud.
Yeah, they wouldn't be extended either.
Right. Well, we gotta wait till next week now. Well, now we don't.
Your bids are supposed to be in the 22nd?
19.
Okay, 19th, so I'll take care of that.
And then you just have an update for the board of trustees.
That evening. Yeah.
Which you only meet once a month anyways, right? So.
Okay. Done deal.
So.
I like it. We're getting there.
So on the agenda would then be public
Hearing, bid
hearing,
openings.
and then bid openings. Or whatever.
Whatever we call it.
The 7 or 8 businesses that've been in touch with you, or whatever you wanna call them, are you gonna call them back and give them a specific date? Or do they already know that date of the 19th?
Some already know who to ask, and I assume Angela Trust Point has already notified all of them on that.
Okay.
But I will reach out.
Since everything's set in concrete now, would you?
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna be published in the paper, so that could bring
Yeah.
more people in.
That'll bring more people in if they get the paper and look at it.
That was my question, was if it's gonna be in the minutes of our meeting, that, do we need to advertise this sale in the paper?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
And that
Yeah,
motion right
that was
there.
a motion.
I'm glad Trust Point's got it out pretty good too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're advertising, yeah.
I'm sure Trust Point's been pretty aggressive on it.
They did it, but as of
In our minutes.
whatever Wade reached out to us last week, we took it off publication, so we'll put it back.
Should we pull that motion back to include, we'll be receiving sealed bids until the end of business day on the 19th for said property?
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna bring up, because the public notice was only for public comment. It wasn't for notice of the sale as well, so that motion would need to be amended so that that's what's published in the paper. I mean, that was my impression of what.
Or could we make a motion to advertise sealed bids for said property at 128 South Pearson to be published in the newspaper twice, to be received by the end of business day at the clerk's office, May 19th?
think that,
And we don't want them to come in here, they need to go to the hospital, correct?
Well, I thought originally they were going to the real estate.
yeah.
They would go there, and then we would deliver them, or they would.
Okay. So that's the nuance here, because there's a real estate agent or broker involved who's sort of facilitating this.
I got you,
And
I got you.
if they come, I mean, we're,
Okay. Maybe sealed bids to be delivered by the end of business day, May 19th to Trust Point Real Estate, blah, 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 Burlington, Kansas.
yeah, I don't know what documents they have out there.
It's fine the way it is, myself.
But don't you want people to know that we're taking bids and that they can contact Trust Point Real Estate to place sealed bids? I mean, that would just give you more advertisement.
I'll be down with whatever.
I think it needs to be clarified that our motion, they're absolutely going to Trust Point.
Do we make another motion or amend that motion? I think it'd look better making another motion.
I do, because I don't even know how
Yeah.
pull that out of the tailspin.
I didn't mean to throw it in one, but I just trying to not prolong
No.
and hinder.
Yeah.
But that's not
No,
bad.
it's good to get it done.
But I kinda want it to stand out though. Don't you think you'd wanna stand it out?
Yeah,
Because I mean, it'd be a
yeah.
new motion
Yeah.
to let the public know, because you're publishing it in the newspaper, to contact Trust Point Real Estate to make sealed bids for property, county property at 128 South Pearson Avenue, Waverly, Kansas.
So would you want to move to authorize the Board of Trustees for coffee houses to?
We did in the first one.
We did the
Okay,
first one,
so
so
then-
this would be a motion
Move
to publish in the county paper. Publish in county paper for public information of county property sale via sealed bid to Trust Point Real Estate, Burlington, Kansas.
For public field bid?
For public notice of sealed bid for property, county property at 128 South Pearson Avenue. Accepting, hold on, okay, go back, okay. Go up to notice, information of public sale. Go back to notice.
Wait, move to publish in the county paper for public information, the public sale? No, wait.
I just say the notice.
worded right from that.
County, or county property, for county property, let's see, information, sale of county property to be published, county, published in the local newspaper, news. All right, I jumped down the rabbit hole.
Publish in county paper.
Just move to
What about the disposal of county property?
Yeah, it's all on the first motion
Oh,
up
okay.
top there.
Yeah.
Notice approved to authorize the sale and disposal of property at Lake Pearson, 3 times in the newspaper. But we're wanting to, but that's not gonna be published in the newspaper, is it not?
Well, when it publishes in a newspaper, why can't he just add bids will be accepted at Trust Point.
Can that be done without making a motion?
I think you need I think you need to add it, and it can be added, either by a new motion or revising the prior motion, but it'll all be included in the one publication.
Can you look at what I'm typing?
Yeah, I am.
Again.
Looking better, Wade, over there?
Is it 5 PM on Friday, Jobin? May 19th?
Being accepted for county, sealed bids being accepted for county property located at 128 South Pierce Avenue, Wayland, Kansas. Bids will be received until 5 p.m. Federal bids. Bids will be received until 5 p.m. Friday, May 19, 2023 at Trust Point Real Estate in Burlington, Kansas. Does that look good?
Do we need to mark that in, but off the sealed bid so they don't open something unintentional? We normally put something in there.
Envelopes must be marked sealed bid.
I think we always put something like that on.
The problem is, we don't know what they said, so it may.
Well, normally a sealed bid means
Sure.
you write sealed bid on the outside of it, so it does not get open.
Right. But if that's not what description they have, and it shows up here and it doesn't say exactly what you
Right.
said, then does it meet the criteria to then move forward?
Or default.
I don't think we want to throw it away.
I think we're all splitting hairs, but
I can't.
We don't
Trying to keep
don't
somebody
wanna
from opening.
Just don't want to open 2 or 3 of them ahead of time.
Yeah, right.
This is a new motion, Janice.
yes, this is a new motion. I'm gonna read it aloud.
Okay, I didn't know if there were,
Motion to publish in the county paper notification of sealed bids being accepted for county property located at 128 for the sale of county property located at 128 South Pearson Avenue, Waverly, Kansas. Bids will be received until 5 p.m. on Friday, May 19, 2023 at Trust Point Real Estate in Burlington, Kansas. I will move.
I'll second that.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. I guess I probably should have let you move, shouldn't I, because it's in your area.
You're fine. You're fine.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. Okay. Wow, we kept waiting through that one.
Yeah, it was mentioned, Jovan, that the equipment is no longer in it. Where did the equipment go to, or is it sold?
It's sold on Purple Wave. That's how we sell our property. It's an online auction.
How much funds, is it all been sold?
Yeah.
How
So
much-
some of the things that we put back in the organization that was, you know, if this refrigerator was nicer here than it was at the Meadows, we just swapped them and we kept the best. So there's a generator there that's very new, it's 3 years old. It's better by 20 years plus than the one in the Meadows. So it's gonna cost us about $10,000 to take it out of there and put it in storage and then put it in the Meadows. So that's, you know, we wanna keep the best. We did sell 2 rounds of the online auction through Purple Wave. The last round, which just ended a couple weeks ago. So that's some of the beds, some of the old chairs, the recliners, things like that.
What type of dollars did you net on Purple?
The first round was 60,000, and then the second round was 16,000.
76,000 altogether.
Total, yeah.
Well, that's better
Chunk
than.
of it was that van.
So, yeah, the first round was the van. I don't have that right off the bat, but, there was a, 30, I can't quite remember, 37,000, don't quote me.
I was watching it.
Mm-hmm.
I gave up after a while, so never mind.
I watch them a lot now.
It took you several days to clean out, didn't it?
Oh, Lord, we had an army of a team, it was great. We had, we did give, there were some uprise, planters. We have some at the Meadows, we didn't need any more, we gave those to the senior center in Waverly, with some other flower pots and stuff out front, the more concrete, the nicer ones. We asked them whatever they wanted, steak and, but yeah, it took a lot, years to clean out a lot of stuff, get it ready.
So anything else? I know we called you back up here for this, so
No.
thank you for
I
coming back
appreciate you
up.
all putting a lot of time into it. I apologize again that we kind of jumped ahead and got it started quicker, but it's, again, kind of, the longer it stays empty, the less value and
Exactly.
things happen to it, and so.
Right.
It'd be nice to get it back on the tax roll again.
Yep, yep.
Jinx it.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
That's right. Perfect. All right, well, we'll see you.
Thank you, sir.
A few times this month.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lee, did you get that agreement yet?
Which
For
agreement?
you to sign, that letter?
I gotta go print it off.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it. I got a couple things now, including, the publication that I can get before Mark leaves. So I'll go, let me go print that right now.
Cleaned up for more?
The disposal? That was
Disposal?
Yeah.
No, the notice of hearing for these hearings, for this hearing that's gonna take place on the 22nd, that he needs.
I need right away to get in the paper.
Oh, okay.
So, let me go print this off, I'll bring it back, you can do your magic.
Okay.
And then
We can adjourn?
We don't adjourn until you're back, do we?
Two? Or no?
Nope, that'll be at the end.
Okay, so we don't need that yet.
Nope,
Okay.
that'll be after all of this.
Okay,
That's on the back end after
okay.
it's sold.
Okay, I may venture down there. If we may run out of time.
Yep. If you wanna take a break for maybe
10-minute break?
Yep, 10-minute break, I'll get this printed off, get back to you, and then I'll be working on what Mark needs.
We'll take a 10-minute break. Come back
Soon then.
at 3:54.
Soon as we can put that in the
I guess. Go for it. We're waiting on,
Wait.
thank you.
Always one of them, isn't it?
Wade Thompson's here, we're waiting on the other way.
WB says
Yeah.
WT. Well, I knew it was gonna be a full day, it's gonna be a full day.
Yeah.
I think it's been a pretty productive. Been a good.
It really has, yes.
I think the productivity's been
Not
pretty.
dissatisfied with the results, it's just taking a while.
Wade didn't come back in here?
No, he should be in his office. He went that way.
He is.
I was trying to see if Coffee County Sheriff's was in this paper, in this magazine anymore. Okay.
Okay, I think these are worn out.
You know what? There's a song out there, it's called "Gonna Be a Long Monday."
I'm sure.
John Prine wrote it. Songwriter. And the first famous people I knew that died of COVID.
Good.
There's a lot of heavy equipment up at the airport now. What's the exact project they're working on now?
They're gonna do the,
Air hangar taxiways, I call them.
I'm sorry?
Taxiways to the air hangar.
It is a taxi deal, isn't it?
Yeah, they're taking all the gas out and putting all the.
They're hauling a lot of rock.
I kinda figured it might have been the taxi deal. Wonder when they're gonna work on the hangar for them, to take all the grass out, make that all. That is totally some of it. See, I didn't see any of the grass there being moved yet, but.
Big pile of dirt down the road.
Pardon?
There's a big pile of dirt down the road.
Yeah.
I think that will do it.
you done typing?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Hey,
It's on there.
looks good to me. It's supposed to be,
This is the
well,
document.
because they said that it was gonna be,
So when they changed from the 4-inch to the 6-inch asphalt,
Right.
then they did something with the insurance, and increased it that little bit.
yeah, but we're 592.8.
But because you guys had already approved it before, they were gonna honor the price that you had done, which is the 707,052. And this document replaces the one that you signed before.
That one must have, River City's fees in there as well.
Yeah, I think, there's the document that's pretty similar.
General construction. And 6 to 4, that's the 4-inch one, so that made it more. From 6 to 4, that's $25,000 extra. Project management, C breakdown, that's $62,000. General requirements.
Okay, now I see it, sorry. Okay.
3.5%. 3.75. Project management, breakdown. Why do they have that in there twice?
That's our on-site guy to be here.
Oh, the on-site guy.
To be here for
Okay.
2 months.
2 months.
Should I say previously approved in the April, well, no, it was April 24th, but it was approved anyway.
Mhm.
I believe so.
Yeah. I'm looking at the motion right here, so.
Okay. Closer to my projected cost.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Like right on $7,000 away, I think, isn't it? All right, new motion. Move to authorize direct chairman to sign the amended guaranteed maximum price document dated April 24th, 2023, in the amount of $707,052 between Coffee County and River City Construction LLC for Coffee County off-site parking improvements, parking improvements.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion?
Jesse, that was in the minutes last week, something to that effect.
Yes.
You know, the contract's for $592, $857. And
That is just the scope of work?
That's just Kellogg's.
That's just Kellogg's.
There was no testing, there wasn't River City's
I
management.
knew this there, I'm a little bit surprised it got up to the 7 as far as the maximum cost, but.
I would have thought when they brought us the cost, they would have the whole cost at the same
Right,
time.
right.
You know what I mean? As we're seeing right now, you know, so. Yes, the construction, the bid for the construction was 500 and some thousand, now it's up to 707,000 and some change. Once
Well-
you added the extra asphalt. and
That added
the-
25,000 to it, so.
Yeah.
Well, that and your materials testing, and there's some road patching that needs to be done. It's not included in that bid. They're, riders, so to speak, may not be used. Those amounts may or may not be used.
Right. Yeah, it could possibly be $15,000 back.
Yes, exactly.
Possibly. Any further discussion? Hearing none, sorry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Wow, what a day.
And that's all we were waiting on, correct? Because
He was
we,
typing up that thing for you, not to come back in here with them, right? For the notice.
I know he is working on that, notice of public hearing.
Do you want me to go check with them?
You guys already approved that, though.
Right, we already approved that, so.
we were just waiting for that to come through so we can make a motion.
Yeah.
Chairman, and he's working up something for the paper for you.
Right.
So, I think that's the only reason we have to stay. Or needed to stay.
Do you want me to double check, or are you good?
Yeah, I'll double check with him, make sure it's legal.
We don't wanna
We'll-
leave you hanging. Wow, that just,
It doesn't work on the stuff
Rest
that's
of it.
already printed, does it? though?
That's all scanned in, I think.
yeah, it is.
And you can sure blow the other stuff up
Mhm.
pretty great.
This makes a lot more lines, though.
Yeah, make you scroll through it. That way I don't have to wear my glasses. 198%, I don't need my glasses.
Yeah, 198%. That 2.75s on your readers,
Mhm.
is it right?
I think that's what these are.
Mine's 175. You heard of Johnson grass? I got me some Johnson glasses.
There you go.
They're not too bad.
I like them clip in the middle.
Well, and they don't, like when I'm working on something,
Mm-hmm. They'll fall off.
they don't come off.
Right.
I mean, they kinda get in my way a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
I don't beat them up as bad.
Yeah.
Better take them off and land them somewhere and forget about them.
Then they fold back up too if you want them to. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I need the lawnmower working yesterday. It's right on.
That's it.
You usually got to grab them and do something. And move it on.
Camp last weekend, Mark?
We did.
Did
Went out to West. Didn't know it was gonna get so freaking hot then.
Summer's rolling in quick. What is there, another week of school?
Yep.
Next week,
God, it's hard to believe.
17th or 18th.
It felt like needed to be on the water, you know, with kayaks or whatever, but water's,
17th is the last day.
and it was windy.
Don't forget next Sunday's Mother's Day.
For graduation at Waverly and Louisville.
Yep.
Yep.
Their graduation's always on Mother's Day,
Yeah.
always.
Included with
There's the two I had.
that should be this.
Justice, we
If they're requesting to sign each
Barber
one.
shop.
Yeah,
A barber
okay.
shop there. Kind of, yeah.
So that
It's not as good as it used to
This
be.
one's good.
This is that does.
It's sad.
She needs to sign it. No, that's not her. No, that's the other guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got it signed.
All right. Nope.
So that's enough. Get that.
Appreciate you being, accommodating to all the changes and modifications but I think it's important that this step take place, or these steps take place, especially on TSA 19 to 11.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to make it right than to stumble through it and get kicked in the backside.
Well, measure twice, cut once,
Mhm.
and that's, I think, what you're doing here.
And it took a lot of preparation from you, thank you for.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And Kara for making this book in, what'd you say, 24 hours?
Yep.
Yeah.
Kara, if you don't know, she's a rock star for the county because she is on top of what she does, and you go in and tell her what you need and walk away, and within a short period of time, she has what you need. And without even me being able to, or having to describe it in great detail. I use her on the county attorney side because for possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, if you're within 1,000 feet of school property, whoever the alleged person is to sold that controlled substance, I go to her, I tell her where, the location of where I need. She has a map and it's got a circle with the radius within 1,000 feet of that. And if I need to, I can call her into the courtroom and testify because she is the person who can provide accurate measurements. So she's an asset to the county, and she does great work. So she's the one who deserves all the kudos on this, not me.
I've heard several different people comment on she gets her job done.
Yeah.
She was a great gal in school, I know that.
Yeah.
Very, very, very good.
And if anybody wants to see these are all the properties the county owns, the maps, anybody who wants to see them.
There's several in there, you're right. You and I had a discussion that they're just little slivers of land here and there, we might as well do something.
Find adjacent landowners and see if they'd be interested in.
That's, again, I say that to say, that's again why that resolution would come in handy, so.
Yeah, well, we need to make sure there wasn't some forgotten reason that the county still had it, but a lot of them apparently not, just.
I bet a lot of it's correction in the layout of the properties.
Either correction or tax sale, and nobody bought the property at a tax sale because it's just
I see.
It's just extra, and it's in the middle of
it's a sliver.
A sliver and there are several of those. So the benefit to the taxpayers of this county would be for this board to consider selling for whatever cost you feel appropriate to absorb into an adjacent landowner's tract, and then it's back on the tax roll.
Right.
I agree.
Good idea.
But that's a
to-do list.
Yep, conversation. Do we need to have Angie added to the to-do list?
Probably not today.
For a later date, so we don't.
A reminder, yes.
That's
a reminder.
The reminders at the
Discussion
bottom.
of county-owned land and disposal of it, or?
Some,
Something like that.
yeah.
Unneeded land or whatever.
We just have to see what we want and then get with Karen and get the adjacent landowner to the properties and see if they'd be interested.
And I think there's also a statutory mechanism or procedure to deal with that surplus type of property in addition to the resolution you discussed. But
Do you need us anymore today?
nope, I just need Mark.
I visited.
Thanks, Wayne.
I visited down there.
Okay.
There's just a couple left, so.
Okay.
FYI.
All right.
All right, nobody else has anything. We will adjourn at 4:15 PM.